I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
She absolutely does. She doesn't miss a trick. Well, I don't really know where to start. Oh, we'll have to start with Diablo, man. He did another hate video, this time against Jeffrey Brown, JLB. He's very upset with him. He's very upset with JLB. Oh, Abo man. Well, lots of issues, competition over who's making money and crypto. Abo man's upset with JLB because JLB accused Abo man of dating underage girls, uh, kind of jumping on JLB because he couldn't do good businesses, JLB, but yet Abo man has had a lot of failures, such as the pizza business he had in the Philippines. That went tits up and, in fact, stole $3,000, I think, or whatever, from his partner in the pizza business. It just gets better all the time. I don't know. I never heard Abo Man do a positive show about anybody, nevertheless me. When Abo Man drinks and he gets upset, oh man, I'm telling you, he gets upset. He's very sensitive. Well, a lot of shit going on in the community. There's Jim, with Jim and what's his freaking wife's name? Rexall Drugs, whatever. Dexel. Okay. Jim and Dexel. Oh, he's upset the way things are turning out. This story that he had a fight and he's in the Philippines with his wife. Some of them were relatives. They threw a bottle, caused a fight, hit his kid in the head, caused damage, lots of hospitalization. Now he's in fear of his life if he moves back over there. So instead of, keeping the guy in jail, what he's doing is compromising like he's ever going to get paid off. These are drunkards, okay? His relatives. Well, the guy who did this is in jail. And he could have tried to get $600,000 for all his medical expenses, all that stuff for his son, stepson. But he's more in fear of his life. He can't go back to the house. He can't go to the neighborhood in fear of retaliation. As he stated, don't get on a Filipino's bad side, da-da-da-da-da, and all that good stuff and gravy, all the wavy gravy stuff, So he's trying to settle out with them and just say, hey, we'll settle out for $400,000 in damages and pay us 1,500 pesos a month. Well, that's never going to work out. These people don't even have jobs, as I understand. And they may pay for a couple of months, to get him out of jail. They might pay for a couple of months, and then Jim is not going to see any. He's not going to see any more payments. That's just the way it is. Yeah. I don't know. There's so much going on out there. It's crazy, man. Just crazy. Of course, let's see. Oh, yeah. Licky Boy did a show. He came on. He hasn't been on for a little bit. Again, talking about somebody else again. And of course, he had to mention me, that I'm broke and this and that. What Licky says, it's like, I don't know, how would I describe? Well, it's mental problems, okay. Well, what am I going to describe? Licky is into the drama, obviously. But I know that one day that's all going to catch up with him, as well as others. It's just a matter of time. Okay. What else is going on? Okay, Kiki in the Philippines. Kiki. I don't know. I think he went back to St. Luke's to get some images done. I don't know. First he said he had a heart valve problem, and I think he grabbed the hamburger on the way there too. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. You can't feel sorry for people like this. You just can't. You could try, search your heart, but when people do things repeatedly and they don't get the results they want, then they bitch and whine. Oh, why is this happening to me? Well, I can tell you why it's happening to you. Because you're stupid. If you think you have a heart condition, do you think maybe it's time maybe you ate a little bit healthier foods? Yeah. But Kevin has been a little bit quiet after I bombarded him with about 8 to 10 fucking shorts that are basically pretty much geared toward his situation. And the word of mouth is that the word on the street is that he is going to be making plans to go back to the United States after he kind of settles the situation with his aunt. See, his aunt doesn't want him to come back. But you see, that's the only place he has to go back to. His aunt turned the basement into a storage place now. She was glad to get all his toys out of there and stuff. And, well, he wants to go back. And that's becoming problematic because he's not gonna go rent the place in America. He's never gonna, depart with his money, as you very well know how he is. He'll use everybody else's money, but he don't want to use his own. Oh yes, we are gossip this morning. We are gossip big time this morning, and we are saying it's gossip. Yeah, this is what you want. This is what you're going to get. So, Dawn is predicting for me to make another announcement that I'm getting off YouTube. I've never said nothing lately. I don't know, man. Age gets to people. I have a friend, Buddy Griffith, over in America. He went to years ago. Come on. What's going on? Okay, what just happened was, and I got a Starlink thing, and it sort of sucks because it's satellite, which generally should be good. But as I said, I get out of the way of where I'll call it a dish, and I'll get disconnected. I don't know if you saw it. I was showing Mama Cat with her little kittens in a place she's nesting at, so to speak, next to the water pump. And she's being very protective of her kittens. But you see, you can't bother them too much because these cats will actually abandon the kittens if they feel threatened or something, or if the kittens are ill, cats will abandon, you know. But my dogs, were going over there and pissing off Mama Cat. And I'm letting her stay there. I got a heart. I even fed a little cat food to help it along a little bit. But, when those kittens start, if they survive, about 3 or 4 of them, if they, survive, start walking around, that's when the problem begins. Because if these dogs are let out, and they're let out and see these kittens walking around, well, that's just going to be a disaster. I know what will happen. My dogs will probably kill the kittens, and it's happened before. So that's what's going on with that. Realistically, I realize I got to really stop feeding the cats all these leftovers like chicken bones and all different stuff. Or I even bought a little couple of kilos of cat food, but I know what you're saying. Those are your cats, Frank. Yeah. Once you start feeding the cats, well, there you go. But you hear he's an airplane. skydiving business is booming, booming, booming. Once you start feeding these cats, and they know when you're eating, they have a good sense of smell. They know when you're eating. They're out there already near my back door. I don't know. I got a good heart. I always wind up giving them the leftovers. Like as I said, chicken bones, whatever. I even bought a little bit of cat food. I actually do have a heart in my chest, unlike other people. But if it was Barry, he'd go, Chet, Chet. Throw hot water on him or throw rocks at him. Well, that's not who I am. Okay. They're wildcats. That's what they are. But, you make the mistake of, you have a heart. You want to feed them. And they're going to expect that. You want them to do their own hunting on their own, and that's what you really want. But they go through my garbage, which pisses me off. So that's a problem too. I'll find wrappers and different shit on the ground because they go into those big rice, those big rice bags. I use those sacks all the time for trash, you know. All right, getting back. Let's see. Yeah, Abo Man is upset with JLB. This has been an ongoing feud for years. They talk about cryptocurrency, and Jay's always claiming he's the king of crypto. He's a king of shit, living with his mommy. If he was doing that good with crypto, I don't see why he'd be living with his mommy. Something wrong with that picture, friends. Something wrong with that picture. And he's jumping on JLB's ass, and he's upset because, well, he follows. He's actually stalking JLB, but now he's rejoicing because Jeff Lee Brown's channel supposedly was taken down again or something, and Abo Man is, practically pulling his chest hairs out in joy or self-inflicted pain, which is what he kind of does with himself. He's into self-inflicted pain a lot, apparently. Just being alive is self-inflicted pain on him. A certain amount of jealousy with JLB because JLB is very enterprising, and say what you want about JLB, and I don't know him real well. I don't watch his channel. I know a little about him, but JLB is very enterprising, and Jay doesn't like that because every business, Jay has tried to do, he's failed at, such as a pizza business in the Philippines. That didn't go very well. Did it, Jay? It didn't go very well. And any other endeavors that he's tried, I don't know. I just think if you're successful financially, you don't live with mom. You get your own place. You can bring your chicks over. Well, the ones you pay for anyway. And, yeah, did he yell at JLB because he lives like a backpacker, he says. And, the gossip is good this morning because JLB lives, when he visits different countries, when he saves his dole money, supposedly, according to Abo Man, he stays at backpacker places and so forth. And, I just think Abo Man has a little bit of a little green-eyed monster going on here of JLB. It's got to be. But I think Abo is basically stalking JLB. So who's the troublemaker here? I think it's Abo Man. JLB's a nutcase anyway. We know that, but just accept people who they are. But he follows everything JLB does. So for a guy that, he doesn't like, obviously, JLB, obviously, why doesn't he just stop watching JLB and there'll be no problem? And I can say that for everybody. You don't like my show, stop watching me. I mean, it's that easy. But you love me, and I know that. I know you couldn't do without me. So Don C is hoping that I make another announcement that I'm getting off of YouTube. Well, Don, not to satisfy you, but don't worry, it will happen. It will happen. But see, Don, it'll be on my terms. Okay. 10 years, a decade of being on here. I'm still here, Don. I'm here because you're there. You're forgetting that, Don. I make your day, I make your life, I make your month, I make your year. That goes also for other trolls on here that depend on me doing any kind of a show, upload, live stream, it don't matter. They want to hear what I have to say because it's very important what I have to say They base their lives on what I have to say. They base their channels what I have to say. So for anybody to say that I've not been of service to my community, that's an out and out lie. Good morning, Ed Savino. It's a new morning. It's a new day. Oh, was it Basha? No, what was the name of it? It's going to be a new day for you. A new day for you. What was her name? I used to listen to her, but only because my ex-girlfriend in Seattle turned me on to this kind of new age-ish type of music. Yeah. Which I never got into, but it was some of the music was pretty cool. Basha was really good. If you know who Basha is, go look it up. Basha, Basia, and listen to Basha's music. hmm God, there was this another one gal, and I couldn't believe it. I had my girlfriend at the time, the doctor's daughter, get me to go to a concert in Seattle to listen to this. I was very reluctant, but it was her birthday, and yet she bought me tickets to come because she didn't want to go alone. And I was surprisingly ecstatic after I was surprised that the music was really good. There's this woman's voice that I kind of groggily. I wish I remember her name. I remember she introduced me to Basha. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, and Enya, Enya. Her music very ethereal. I kind of like some of her stuff. There's this one gal. I can't think of her name. It was kind of in line with Basha a little bit, and I was mesmerized when I walked out of the place. I said, "Thanks for inviting me." Sometimes you have to have an open mind about music. You know, but music to me is, if it's good, it's good, no matter what the genre is. Like for example, there are different artists that I would not normally listen to, like Lady Gaga, for example. She has a few things out there I thought were interesting. And what do you call that half Filipino guy? And I play the music I played the music on here. Oh, what's his face? Who I've never normally would listen to. Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars. I just happen to like one or two of his songs. And one he did a kind of a duo with Lady Gaga, which I played on here. You can see me and Gilda's picture, that piece of music on there. That's the one from Bruno Mars. Yeah. I've got good taste in music. May not, satisfy the masses of what I listen to, but I was never a metalhead. But yet, Ozzy Osbourne had some pretty good stuff, actually, through the years. The last concert he did, how long ago was that? It wasn't that long ago. He's in his chair, looks like a bit bat with bats on it or something, and we're coming of age, man. It's what's going on. Ozzy Osbourne, who can't barely walk, did his final concert, and he was in this big old fancy chair, very gothic looking chair. And gotta admit, though, Ozzy is a talented dude. Actually, his some of his less metalish type of songs I really liked. You know, Very talented guy. No, Ozzy has some good music out there. He really does. He is very talented. You know, I don't like his headbanging shit, but he has some kind of more mellow themes out there that I thought were really good, showing a different part of him. But no, I was never a metalhead. A lot of people were, mostly bikers and people of that nature, people with tattoos and mohawks and, you know, piercings and stuff like that. I wasn't part of that crowd. No, I wasn't. I could listen to something as simple as Sarah McLachlan, people like that, and enjoy. If the music is good. So if you have a YouTube channel and it's good, I'll listen to your channel too. To some channels, I just cannot, I have to force myself to listen to more than 10 minutes of. We got the other guy, Stefan, Steve, whatever. He's the one, another British guy, and he's living in the Mindanao area. And what happened recently? Some killing of some sort. Um, I don't know. He's all over the planet. I don't always remember the name of the channels because I don't tune in enough. I just know the characters, and sometimes I'll forget the name of the channel. Jim, the Philippine. I don't know what the fucking name of his channel is, but he's the one. Hello, you lovely people, and he's living on supposedly $800 a month. $800 a month. That's what he quotes, and whatever he makes on his YouTube channel, and he's building a house or something. I don't know where he's getting money, honestly. But he always takes a little walk into the woods near his house. It's pretty, the background is always similar. I never see him many other places. I think he's afraid to leave the property. But sometimes he gets a little bit too political for the Philippines for a foreigner living out here. And there's people that watch you that you don't know watch you, and he's got to watch it, and he's kind of like, he'll give his history back in jolly old England where he used to live and this and that, and why he moved out here and was unhappy with England. He has his own spiel and story about that. But he's saying he's living a good life on $800 a month. But then again, he's forced to be eating just vegetables and, well, nothing wrong with that. But to a Filipino diet, yeah, you could live on $800 a month if you want to stick to a Filipino diet and don't do any traveling. And sure, you can make that happen. I don't see why you couldn't. If you want to live Filipino style, but let's be realistic, that's not your style. You're from a Western culture. You got to have your creature comforts and your comfort foods and stuff like that. Otherwise you're not really living a good retirement. Sure, I know what it costs to buy comfort food as far as Western foods I grew up with. But if you really want it, you buy it. It doesn't mean that, there are certain Philippines. See, here's the thing about the Philippine culture. I mean, food anyway. The Philippines is really not known for their food, unless all they ever talk about is adobo. They're known for their adobo. And unfortunately, and I really do mean unfortunately, Filipino food is not the greatest thing in the world. And the diets out here, no wonder why they're dropping like flies. Heavily in salt, heavily in oils, and a lot of lechon and all that. But what do you expect? I don't know, man. What do you expect? And like that guy, Kiki in the Philippines, he's developed heart problems, whatever, and yet he goes back to, showing us what he eats, and it's hardly a heart healthy diet when you might need a heart valve replacement and who knows whatever else they're finding on him, and he wants to lose weight. And people like him, they all talk about wanting to lose weight. They'll even go far. Some of them will get their 10 to 20,000 steps a day. But if you see their diet, you're saying, what's the use? Why bother with the 10, 20,000 steps? It's the amount of food you eat. It's what you eat. And the steps could be helpful. You might lose 90 calories. Ain't going to help you. It's your diet, pal. Face it, it's your diet. But, you just can't feel sorry for these people. Even Big Kevin, Kevin doesn't eat righteously, He's, that money that was put toward medicine to help him lose weight. All right, he gets a big chunk of weight off him. Now he's stuck with this tons of flubber that would take operations to remove all the flubber from him that's hanging. So you're never going to see Kevin take off his shirt on camera. It ain't never going to happen, brother. So he lost the weight, but now he's starting to gain it back again. What's the use? It's a back and forth, fruitless effort. Just give up and die and just go to your next reincarnation. You'll come back as a cockroach that you are. Whatever. But, you're either going to do something in your diet that's positive or you're not, and just suffer the consequences and shut up. Nobody wants to hear about your 10,000, 20,000 steps if you're still doing stupid things. Because stupid people do stupid things. It's what they do. That's why they're stupid. You know, I've got this money, I got that money, or you don't have any money, you're broke. What does it matter? Really, what does it matter how much money somebody has? Are you paying for their dinner? Are they paying for your dinner, rather? Right? Are they going to pay for your meal tonight? Are they going to pay if you have rent? You going to pay somebody's rent? Stop talking about them. You know, it don't matter how much money somebody has. Are they surviving out here? Well, that's a good start if you're surviving, but you don't want to just survive out here. Oh, another clue why I don't make a lot of big trips. I've told a number of stories about why. But the other thing is I'm very prone to, that's why I'm actually avoiding long stints where the UV is at a high rating out here because we're close to the equator. I did have some skin cancer in my nose two times. And despite wearing UV lotion, you're still at risk. Oh, I go out in the sun every day. I mean, it's not like I'm not out in the sun doing things. I do, but prolonged periods I don't want because I really don't want to get skin cancer again. It wasn't a bad type, but it wasn't good having any kind of skin cancer at all. I'm light skinned. I'm a recessive trait, blue eyes. The Irish are worse. They can't take the sun. That's why you see a lot of Irish and they got a lot of freckles, even the Scottish too. Red hair and freckles. They got the whitest skin other than Koreans. Koreans probably have the whitest skin on earth. I think I might be right. Or the Irish. I'm not sure who has the whitest skin. Well, you guys just like listening, don't you? I don't know. Maybe that's better. Um, so I'm trying to see what other gossip is going on. Let's see. Oh, Big E is enamored with Malaysia. Why didn't he just move to Malaysia? I don't know. He says it's cheaper to live there and blah, blah, blah. Get more for your money. Da 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 da. Well, shit or well, no, he don't stay in one place, and maybe for good reason. I don't know, but I won't get into that. But he likes to post everywhere he travels and his, you know, champagne and caviar lifestyle. Yeah. Well, he's not impressing me. Or the traveling, maybe. Yeah, the traveling. That's one thing I never done a lot of is traveling. I regret that. He's got one up on me on that. Yeah, traveling. That's a good point. See, I'm fair. I'll say if something's good or something's bad. He's definitely got that on me, but I'd never want to be him. Let's put it that way. Not for all the money in the world, all the king's horses and all the king's men. I would never want to be him or have any of his characteristics. That's just a fact. Fat wallet or not, I would not want to be him or like him. That's just a fact. And if you think I'm attacking him, well, say I'm attacking him, but I'm really not. I'm just saying I don't care how much he has. He never impressed me in any form or way, and especially of character. He's not a great character as far as I'm concerned. And, you know, I'm happy that his kids are happy and all that. And hopefully they'll have a good life continued. And hopefully they will have good education. And maybe they'll settle in one place sometime so the kids can settle down, have one school, they can socialize and make friends at the school in that particular country and get settled down. That's the biggest bugaboo I think I have. You know, it's, I don't know, I think not even with children, I think anybody should settle down when they're reaching that age and ground themselves a little bit. There's nothing wrong to travel while you're physically able or financially able to do it. That's a great thing to travel and learn different cultures. Absolutely. I would agree with that. Absolutely. I am envious of that. I most certainly am. That I admit. Otherwise, as far as character, nah, you know. Yeah. I'm happy in my own little world here. I'm happy in my own little world. It works for me. That's all that matters. I'm not traveling all over the planet, blah, 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 because right now I can't. But either way, you know, it's just a hassle of traveling. I heard it from a lot of other vloggers on there that really, and also some private, personal people I know out here that are foreigners that are living out here, even in my town. And I've heard the same thing too. It's such a hassle traveling anywhere. Um, you know, different modes of transportation, the time it gets there. And then you got to ask yourself, is the place you're going to worth it? Okay, so the other thing was, oh yeah, the Maldives, the Maldives. We had an extraneous, big type of video guy. I don't remember the name of his channel, but he came to Bantayan and he loves Bantayan and Santa Fe. And he compares it to vacationing in the Maldives. Well, I've never been to the Maldives, so I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know. I think he meant it in a positive way. Okay. So we got some kudos from this guy promoting Santa Fe. Oh, yeah, we did. We did. Went to Paradise Beach and he was loving it. He was loving it. He said it was cozy here. So we got a good report from this guy. Well, of course, it's my dusty island, you know. Well, it ain't that dusty. People are coming here in droves, and they come back and return. So there must be something good to say. And I've heard a lot of people say, too, in my commenters and otherwise, they've been to Boracay or Boracay, however you want to pronounce it. I don't care either way. Don't give a fuck. That they actually like, some of them actually like Bantayan more than Boracay. Well, there's probably a lot of reasons for that. There's a lot of rules over there. And secondly, uh, too many tourists that makes it kind of uncomfortable. But some people like to be around crowds, you know, builds up an air of excitement of where you are. If you got people to people watch and all these different characters, and if you're an ass chaser, you know, the women that come there and vacation and so forth and so on. So everybody has a reason why they like Boracay or beaches of that nature. No, me, I have no plans to ever visit there. None at all. We got enough people in town here if I want to be around a whole shitload of people. We got enough here. Not like Boracay, but as far as tourists, well, yeah, I don't know. Me, I'm one of these guys that'd rather go to an isolated beach and appreciate nature, you know, and not having screaming kids around and blaring, you know, karaoke music going on. It just spoils the whole environment and atmosphere where you are, you know. You can't enjoy it as much. You can't. And let's not forget about Boracay, why they closed it down for a while, because all their fucking sewage was going into the ocean. They didn't have any proper septics and so forth, and they closed the whole shit in town down. Well, the resort area anyway. So they had to pay for that. But business is good there. Business is good. I'm trying to think who gives the Philippines more business. The Koreans? The Koreans give a lot of business as far as tourism here. No, it's just not Americans, it's Koreans. And they seem to have the money to spend out here. God bless them. God bless them. All right, what else is going on in the core community? I don't know. Barry's still in jail. Last I checked, I don't know. The high roaders have not come to his rescue, apparently. So maybe that's a done deal. He could be in there in perpetuity, for all I care, really. But he's got to come out at some point, and I don't know how that works. But you know, I said there was something called oh, what was it called? I forgot what it was called, but as long as you don't pay, he's going to have to stay. Okay, that's it, pretty much. But I'm sure he's made a lot of good friends in there. I'm sure he's made a lot of good buddies, and maybe he's got a couple of more tattoos to display. By the time he gets out of there, you never know. I don't know. Did he lose weight, gain weight? I couldn't tell you. He's never done any videos with him on there. So I really no idea. Nor do I really care. But the odds are that, well, let's see. Unless he has people coming there, well, he has money for the commissary, so he's probably eating a lot of junk food and Oreos and potato chips and shit like that. So it's really hard to say. Is he going to gain weight from inactivity and eating junk food? Or is he going to lose weight because, well, soggy rice and vegetables just don't cut the mustard? And also because fish, he's not known to be a fish eater. So it's hard to say. Did he gain more weight, or is he looking as emaciated as he used to look prior? Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out one way or the other. But he's supposed to be working out and building up muscle. He's taking up kung fu in there, and he's a big martial artist now, I heard, last I checked. And watch out, Barry. Starting to scare me now. I don't know. Haven't used my little tiny martial arts training since I was a teenager. He might have one up on me now. I gotta be careful. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's learning, the nunchucks and everything, man. Heard he's excelling in that, too. He's good. They're afraid of him in there now. Yeah. His tattoos, his bald head, his little goatee that he dyes with charcoal. Oh, yeah, that scar on his head. He's looking mean. Mean Joe Green. You gotta be careful of Barry in that place, I'll tell you that. He's made some buddies. They don't know his whole story, though, Russell. They wouldn't be buddies with him. How he's knocked the Filipinos and Chinese and Muslims. When they get word of that story, that boy's in trouble, I'll tell you that. That he's in trouble, big trouble. Well, you guys don't talk no more, do you? I think you're sitting there with your feet up on your desk, and it's time. It's like a radio show. Like in the old days, the family would gather around and turn on turn on the old radio and then hear these wonderful stories. Well, that's cool too. That was my format when I first started. Actually, there's no live shows. And that was my format, and that's what people did. They turn up their speakers and they'd hear my stories. That's pretty cool. Okay. Savino says, I'm laying on the couch with my feet up in the air. Okay. Aircon going. Right on. That's what you should do. 31 strong. Look at this morning, man. See, this was a good show. It's, a little bit of everything. You know, put a little condiments in there, put a little sugar, a little truth, and, people love you. They just love you. No, that's good. That's what I expect. Because that's the way it was when I first started. Don't forget, I wasn't doing no live streams. Oh, yeah. And some of the people I used to listen to in the beginning, I did the same thing, man. Literally, not figuratively. I put my feet up on the desk or whatever where my desktop computer was. I had these Harman Kardon speakers. I turned it up. And I would listen to people like, well, at the time it was Rike and a few other people, postcards from Cebu, excuse me, and other characters. Uh, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I don't blame you for doing that because sometimes you just don't know what to say, and sometimes it's better off that you don't say anything really. It's always going to be about the same thing anyway. But sometimes it's nice to just kick back and listen, and I don't mind that at all. I don't mind that. It's not a big problem here. Shit, we have 26. We had 31 people in the house this morning. I'm not going to complain about that. So where is my YouTube channel going anyway? That's always up in the air. And to answer Don's question, Don, there'll probably be a time. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. My time will come here. I drop dead or just decide to get off YouTube completely. But see, I'll be the one to make that decision, Donnie, not you. You're not going to influence me. I don't work that way. I don't run, my tail between my legs and run off YouTube like a little bitch. Some people have, but that's never been me. I'm still here after 10 years. Says something. Says a lot, actually. Okay, so let's see. Who's dying, who's not? We got Kiki's having some problems. Okay. Um, Big Kevin is still convinced he's an Atlas, that he's not going to die, and that he can eat whatever he wants. And he's going to give me a knuckle sandwich. But I replied to that. I said, if you had a knuckle sandwich, you'd be eating that sandwich. Yeah. I don't know, man. This whole diet shit. Yeah, it's been a major topic of mine. And for good reason. I mean, give me a break. Is it uncanny? I mean, what are the odds? Well, the odds are pretty high, known nationwide in America and everywhere else. Obesity is a big issue. My question was, what are the odds that everybody in this YouTube genre is overweight? In fact, considered obese, body mass index out of whack. How coincidental is that? I don't know, man. And some people do something about it. Some people do anything about it. Some might try to exercise to help. But I'm going to tell you, man, exercise only burns off so many calories. You got to incorporate the diet in there too. Exercise is one thing. And hey, man, that's great for your heart. You got to do that. Something, anything. I don't care if it's just a mile on a treadmill, a mile of walk. I don't care what it is. Just lift some dumbbells or something, a little bit of strength training because you need it. You want to maintain a little bit of muscle on there for your own protection and your mobility and everything else and your heart. But some people don't stick to the plan. No matter what exercise you do and stuff, if you're going to be eating the kind of food you do, I mean, what do you think the results are going to be? I mean, you're not going to see any improvement. That's just not going to happen, man. Hate to tell you this, but and that's why we've been talking so much about this, or I certainly have, because I don't know. I just find it absolutely amazing that pretty much the whole YouTube troll audiences out here are just morbidly, I tell you, morbidly obese. And that's saying a lot. How is that even possible? But it is. It just kind of turns out that way. And yes, we're going to have, I'm giving you an example right here. Oh, right here. Right here, I'm having some leftover lentils with a little bit of meat, red peppers. I'm having that for breakfast. Protein, fiber. This is what I mean. You could do the same shit, man. This don't mean I'm going to live forever, but I'll tell you what, it'll give me a fighting fucking chance. That it will. I gotta heat this puppy up. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Just do, out of any bad things you might be doing, maybe you could replace them with a couple of good things. Not have to be much. I mean, it can really make a big difference in your life, man. I'm just saying, you don't have to have the traditional American or English breakfast with 50,000 eggs and fatty fucking bacon and all this shit. No. Be original. Do something a little better than that. Respect your health through your diet, and as a start, I think you're capable of doing that, but not people. People just don't want to go out of their way. It's too much effort to do this and do that, and too much effort. I don't know, if half these fucking trolls spent their time learning something instead of just doing shows, attacking people, maybe it would add some quality and even longevity to their life, perhaps. You get that cortisol level going up, and that's going to kill you too. So you don't hear me yelling on here any shit like that, do you? I'm not yelling at anybody. just another morning. I could talk about things on here, but truthfully, I'm not going to stress myself out with anybody on here because it's not worth it. Talk. You have something to say, you talk. Something worthwhile to say, then yeah, talk. But if you're going to have a bunch of nonsense, nobody's going to listen. Ouch, that was hot, motherfucker. Whew, damn. Held that bowl underneath that bowl. So here we got, what do we have? Oh, what did I hit? Okay. We got some green tea going. Of course. There's no turmeric in this one this morning. And we got some very healthy Mediterranean, cooked lentils, red pepper. There might be a little bit of pieces of beef in here, very small. We'll let that cool off a bit too. Ain't that cool? There you go. Doesn't take much. Change your diet a little bit, just do something that is going to be beneficial to you. Do you have children, perhaps, that you're raising? Well, they may want to see you around, or maybe they don't. I'm just saying. Do something positive. And the funny thing is, I think people are wasting their talent. And what I mean by that is, well, some of these guys, these trolls, are very good at editing and stuff like that. If they really wanted to, they could put a show together that would be fantastic and utilize their talents. And then they can make some serious money. See, I don't have any editing skills. I'm pretty lazy even to learn. Even back in the day, I made a documentary on Hawaii. I did something in college on a little documentary. Now the thing was, even when I was in Hawaii, I went to a public TV station. They had, to the public, public funded. They'll teach you editing. They had the state-of-the-art equipment and all that. And I was starting to catch on to it. But then my mind stopped acting as a sponge, and I sort of know how to get it down, but then it became blank, and I said, fuck. So I had somebody do editing me when I did that little documentary thing on Hawaii. Which is what I do now, actually. There's a job around the house that I know I could do. If it's too tedious and laborious and possibly boring, or if I don't have the tools, just hire somebody to do. Get the job done, as Chris and Sabu said, to get the job done. Now, we're hearing all kinds of stuff. That immigration is coming around to a lot of foreigners' homes. Well, I don't know about everywhere. I know this guy, Steve, the British guy. Foreigner, I don't know. Well, I don't know. I told you, the titles of shit, if I don't listen to them all the time, I'm more into the character than the name of the show. They all have the same titles with the Philippines, foreigner living in the Philippines, whatever. How about just naming themselves Steven? The Steven Show, the Frank Show, whatever. The Dawn Show, whatever. But, I'm not big on names of shows, unless it's something I listen to religiously. And I'm not religious, so they don't remember. But it's the same shit I'm hearing. Now, I don't know. He's claiming that immigration is going around to his neighbors and other foreigners and checking their IDs and passports. And, it's like, Big Brother and the holding company, Big Brother is coming in. Hey there, buddy. My neighbor going by. And they're starting to get into foreigners' business now. I don't know what's going on with that. I really don't. But laws are changing. People are upset, obviously. Used to get 6 months immigration, a visa stay. And now, it's 2 months. Not good. Turning tourists away. As I said, I don't make the rules, but, it's their gig. Tourism is going to go down. And I'll tell you what, hope and pray, guys, if you're religious, that there's not another epidemic or pandemic, whatever you want to call it. Well, I don't think the Philippines is going to survive another pandemic. Look what happened to everyone, not just in the Philippines, it's everywhere, of course. But the Philippines in general, specifically, yeah, I don't think they could take another hit like that again. I don't think the economy could take the hit. $29 strong, 6 thumbs up. That's good for me. But Abo man, he's got a rivalry with a lot of people on here. He just doesn't like JLB. He's talking about the unsuccesses of JLB, but Abo man has had his share. Abo man's always talking about somebody, but he loves talking about me. And when he's allowed on somebody's channel to go on their live stream, oh, well, his mouth is running like there's no tomorrow. Oh, he downs me, he downs my girlfriend, he downs everything. I mean, historically with him, he's always been against a lot of people on YouTube. But the adventures that him and Barry had, boy, we'd like to know all of that, wouldn't we? Oh, yeah. Fuck, they had 3-ways together. They had all kinds of shit going on, man. Well, Jay even said it. I think they even shared women. Now, think about this for a second. Man, would you fuck a woman that Barry had his dick in? Let's get real about this. Shame on you, Abo man. Come on, man. Really? The kind of woman that they hung around with, you know. How do you know these women didn't have sexually transmitted disease? I'll guarantee you that both of them, they have at least genital warts, which could stay with you for a long time. They may disappear. I'll guarantee they at least have that. And who knows what else? If you were a woman, would you fuck Barry or fuck Abo? Come on, get real. You don't know where their dick has been. Oh, God. I didn't want to think about it. Hold on. Sorry, I gotta wash these lentils down. I had a nice chunk of beef. And I have teeth to chew my food, by the way. But yeah, that's really taking a chance. The kind of women that they hung around with, you know, most of their lives, man, I would question. It's one thing to go out and have fun, get laid and all that shit, but I don't think anyone was practicing safe sex. They didn't give a shit. You know, Jay, the Abo man, one and only, he ran away from his responsibilities. He has 1 or 2 children in the Philippines that he ignores. He doesn't want to pay any support. I thought you had a lot of money. Where's your conscience? Come on, man. So the kids have to suffer because daddy isn't helping them out. Same thing as Kevin. Same shit on here. They're either fat, obnoxious, or whatever, or irresponsible. If you got children, and Kevin's got children in Australia, there's no excuse for him not to visit those children. Oh, I'm in touch with them all the time. It was my daughter's birthday, and I talk to my son all the time. Maybe they just really have nothing to do with him. Maybe they know his history. He's not sending no money to his kids. He's the most greediest, selfish person on here. He'll use, like Barry. I told you, some people are just so similar. Him and Barry, both are toothless, bald heads, bad background, shunned by society, police or criminal records. Hell, Barry's a fucking felon now. Big Kevin. Wow. He had a real checkered past. I'm healthier than you, Frank. I'll live longer than you. Oh, as I tell Kevin all the time, or anybody else, don't hold your breath. I'm not obese. And I do, as you can see. This is my breakfast, dudes. No fucking 10 eggs. No fucking greasy bacon. Lentils, beans loaded with protein, fiber, red peppers, tiny bit of beef. Not a lot of beef for protein, for extra protein. This is sometimes what I'll eat in the morning. Yeah. Look. Shit, and you top it off with green tea. Fuck, what's better than that? So I do a few things that are good for me. Okay, so that's the whole point. You want to completely destroy yourself, continue with all your habits, and don't do anything good. There's only something good you could do for yourself. That's the only point I'm trying to make. I don't see these people doing anything good that's going to matter anyway in the scheme of things. We got this big guy, he's about 6'8". Something like 375 pounds or something. But he does his step walking, though, and goes to the gym once or twice a week to watch Mick Fisher work out. But what is he doing? I don't know. I don't care. That guy's big, I'm going to tell you. Oh, he is huge. Never met him in person. But I've seen the most recent pictures, and I got to say, and it's my opinion, fuck you all. He's big with his mouth. I'll open mine. I'm not impressed with what I see. And he's in serious health problems. He's in serious trouble. At his height and his weight, to have the audacity to think that he's going to live that many years. Money does not solve everything. No, it don't. You don't eat money. You spend money on food. It's what you eat, how much you eat, the kind of food you eat. Sometimes exercise is not the cure-all. The diet has to go along with it too. This is not any new information on that. This is nothing new. That's why I talk about this shit. Because I'm truly astonished. It's nothing new to me. This is not a Philippines thing. This is not a YouTuber's thing. It's worldwide, but it just so happens, quinky dinky, whatever, that all these hard-ass trolls on here, they are like, out of whack with their life as far as, they want to live the good life. They try to make that clear to everybody. Look at the life I'm living and all that shit. But are they? Are they really? Well, here I go again. I have my favorites here. I got some yellow on here. I think those from... Okay, gotta clean that. One of my vitamins. More. Here we go. We got the collagen, my friends. Let's begin. We got the collagen. All right? We got the fish oil. Kevin won't spend money on no fucking supplements. I'm going to live forever. I got my resveratrol. Let's open that up. All right? Okay? All right, I got the quercetin with bromelain. Okay, these are the special ones I use. I got the D3 with the K2, which has to be followed by magnesium glycinate in order for it to be synergized and actually work. But most people don't know that. We got the vitamin C going in my hands right now as I'm talking. Okay, follow me? See what I'm doing? Also got Weber Nationals, glucosamine hydrochloride, 300 milligrams of chondroitin sulfate, and MSM for healthy joints. We're going to suck down one of these too. Follow me? All right. And we got high absorption CoQ10 with bioperine, which is basically pepper, which synergizes, right? Okay, one more. We got some blueberry extract. There we go. Taking it right now. Okay, there's a magnesium glycinate. I got to grab one of them, like I said. Holy cow. Holy cow. Hey, it's kept me alive so far, right? Must be doing something right. There's lots of other supplements I can take, but I don't take these every day. As you know, I got a shitload of supplements here. I don't take all this shit every day. I know what I'm doing. I could stand to take some B1 and B12, and I don't have anymore. I could take some niacin. I don't take that all the time. Okay? I could do that too. I can do all of this. Nattokinase. Excuse me. I'm going to take a nattokinase. And that is the stuff that helps and contributes to unclogging arteries. I haven't taken that in a few days or so. We're going to take that. So I got a handful of supplements. So what's that all about? Frank, you got a handful of supplements, but you're still an old motherfucker. Well, I'm going to continue to be old. And that's the whole idea. I want to continue to live, to thrive. So there we go. And this is not everything I take. There we go. But that's this morning. And I know exactly what I'm taking. I know why I'm taking it. All right? Live and learn. But some people don't give a fuck for themselves, and they do everything wrong. As you know, I'm not perfect. Certain things I do. But I'll tell you what, I'm at least doing some good things for me. I have to pat myself on the back for that. And I am still alive at age 71. I'm now over 71. I managed to make it to my birthday on May 31st, 2025, and hopefully many more, because of some of the good choices, not the bad, but some of the good choices I make. So let me start downing this stuff. A couple at a time. And then what I'm going to be doing after my show. I'll tell you what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to hit the treadmill. I was going to take a walk to the beach, but it got really overcast. I think it's going to be raining again. Would have been a good morning for the beach. But 3 more to go. I don't know if my kidneys are screaming out at me for this, but we'll find out. Water into the tea. I ran out. 2 more pills. One more. And I'm done. And 11 up. 11 up. 19 watching, 11 up. Damn. What a good morning. It's a good day to be alive. It's a wonderful day, I say. It's a good day to be up and thrive. Yes, I survived another day. It's a good day to see the light of a newborn day. Pardon my sarong. Yeah. Got my cool water here too. I'm going to, I have these little packets, and basically it's minerals, potassium, magnesium, sodium, electrolytes. In other words, I'll probably put in that water too. So when you sweat, you're sweating all this shit out too, besides all the toxins, but you're also losing a lot of your different key minerals too. If you didn't know that. Okay. Well, you guys are quiet today. 12 thumbs up. 12 thumbs up. 20 watching. 12 thumbs up. You can say all you want about me, day and night. All you want about me, but I think compared to a lot of people on here, I'm one of the guys that actually's got his shit together. And I have no reason not to rub my knuckles on my chest and say that. I managed to live to 71. It's not an ancient age. These days people live 80, 85, 90, whatever. But it's a good start. Will that continue? Well, I hope so. If I continue to do good things and maybe eliminate one bad thing, that'll even be better, wouldn't it, folks? You know it. I know it. You don't have to rag on me about that. You're not telling me anything I don't know. Point is it better to do some good for you than all bad? That's my point. That's my point. There's no reason that any one of you out there can't do some improvement in your life, some improvement on your diet, something. I mean, anything that's going to be a positive thing. That's all I'm saying. Just making a point. Nothing more than that. Just making a point. Listen and learn. I know some people have actually, they're not going to admit it, but they heard all my talks in regards to obesity and all this other shit. They're doing it. Well, some of them are secretly. At least they're trying. They're not good at. They're actually not going to admit it. They won't do that on here. Look at that. John Blaze's own wife. I mean, my God. Who would have thought? She burned John Blaze. Saying, take me to the store. I got to buy some green tea and turmeric. I was definitely laughing at that, but I had a very pleasant smile. Because people are listening and they are learning, but they're not going to tell you that. Oh, that's the last thing they want to do. They're not going to tell you that. But I thought that was funny. And there's other people that, and some of my commenters throughout my vlogging, that have actually told me that they were actually doing some of the things I do. But like I said all the time, and I'm going to say it again just for my protection, always check with your physician, disclaimer, on certain supplementations that may not be beneficial to you, might be okay to me, but please check with your physician and ask him if you could take certain supplements and why. Because you could be on a blood thinner, and some of the stuff I take, for example, like one of the supplements, nattokinase, which is sort of like a thinner because it helps clean out your arteries, stuff like that. If you're on any kind of, blood thinners or anything like that, you may not want to take that. You may not want to. So that's why I say I have to put a disclaimer in here because I don't want anybody harming themselves. It's nice that you can take my advice and all that stuff. That's fantastic. You'll probably live a lot longer and feel a lot better if you do what I do. But it is not, I'm going to repeat, it is not for everyone. I want to make that clear. It's not for everyone. And even though you see a big shelf in my house of all these vitamin supplements, I do not take all of them. There's a lot of them I don't take or I will switch off. By the way, there's my satellite. And I'm going to tell you something about this. There's the satellite. Right there. But even on a cloudy day, well, we pay a lot of money for this shit. I guess we're going to keep it. But sometimes you wonder if it's worth it. And the reason I'm saying that is, you get a real cloudy day, a real stormy day. We've had a number of them here. You're not going to get a signal. A lot of times you also see me, the page was loading and I was in the dead part of my house on the other side, out of reach of, the satellite signal, so when it's obstructed, then that creates a problem on your signal. Still 20 strong and 12 thumbs up. What do you say to that, Kevin? What do you say to that? I want people to understand me about something. I mean well on here. And I go out of my way to talk about different things on here that I think are pertinent to talk about. Because there's a whole society on here of YouTubers. I mean, everybody's living their own lives, different life perhaps. Maybe it's not like yours, but it's a real learning experience for me. It always has been. Good or bad, trolls or not. I mean, it's been a real learning experience for me. I told you I'm a student of human nature. And for real, it's not just a statement that I make. It's for real. And I've been like that since I was a kid. Always curious about life, curious about people. And I made my own decisions in life as to how I want to deal with people, if I want to deal with them. So my retirement here, it was my choice, is really to be away from Westerners. Oh, I'm friendly with them. Get me wrong. And I know a number of Westerners out here. In other words, expats that I do communicate with here and now, even visit. But I don't make a big habit of that. Because personally, I think the foreigners out here are the biggest problem. It's not Filipinos. A lot of people try to find fault with Filipinos. Well, they're human too. They make mistakes too. But it's the foreigners that give other foreigners a bad name out here. Now, even 13 thumbs up now. We're kicking it, man. Killing it, Kevin. We're killing it. So, I guess I do use YouTube as an outlet. I think psychologically, you would think it would be terrible because all the terrible people making horrible comments. But as I said, it's a learning experience for me. And, names they may call me or anybody, it just doesn't faze me anymore. Maybe in the beginning it did. It was really intense, starting with RRR and all that shit. But you know what? That's been years ago. If I don't hear a good word about me on YouTube, it's like, wait a minute, something's wrong. Yeah, if they're attacking me on something, I expect it. And that's okay. I expect these reactions from people. And I learn a lot from it. Perhaps they even taught me something about myself I didn't realize in a positive way, but I got caught up in all that vortex shit I used to talk about all the time, the famous word vortex. Oh, I did. I got wound up in that shit. Boy, I did, big time. Then I realized that, look, you're not going to change anybody, man. Just make positive changes on yourself. Don't worry about the lives they're living, because they're obviously not that good if they got that much time on their hands to do copycat channels on me and all kinds of shit like that. That says an encyclopedia of information about these people. Come on, let's get real about it. You like getting real? Let's get real. Let's get real about it. There's something wrong with this picture. People like Don C. supposed to be some kind of a, I don't know, claimingly successful businessman of some sort. Is he really? How is it even possible if he, I don't know, he spends all his, well, okay, maybe because he spends all his time on a computer. It's so easy to know when Frank puts a show on because there's bells that ring even in his yard. He got a bell system ringing in his bathroom. When I come on, he's on, and so is some other people. If it wasn't for me, sometimes I wonder if they'd have a reason to exist at all. I seriously think that. I mean, come on, when it gets to that point, let's get real about this. And I do get real, and that's what they don't like, because I get real. I'm too real for them. I am the guy who puts the mirror in front of their face, and they hate that. Oh, they just hate that. That's why they get so defensive, and it turns into being offensive. Well, Barry Jordan learned about that the hard way, didn't he? You're not going to do nothing, Frank. You're all talk. Well, apparently, that's not true. Far from the truth. I always told you, when I start something, I like to finish it. It's in my nature, like the scorpion that likes to sting. He may say, don't worry. I'm not going to sting you. Give me that ride across the river to the frog. Frog gives in, and the goddamn scorpion stings him anyway. Yeah, be careful of my stinger, because it's real. If it affects me in some legal way, personal way,
If something really gets out of hand, I don't forget that stuff. Look at Roberto dying of fucking early onset Alzheimer's. It's real. Look at Fazio, Ed Lippett. The list goes on. These were all trolls against me. And look what's happening to them. Is it a freak of nature? Or is it their lifestyle, their weight, their diet? Or is it good old Mother Karma, who's a bitch? She's a real bitch, Karma, man. Let me tell you. Karma can be a real bitch, worse than the worst Karen in the world. You don't want to fuck with Mother Nature, either in your body or the horrible deeds that you do, the hate, the bullshit talk, the lies, spreading unfounded, unqualified rumors about somebody. Me, well, that's the thing that separates me from these trolls. I mean, I pretty much say what's on my mind, and I all base it on facts. That's it. Nothing more or less than that. I base it on what I hear, what I see, and you can't get more factual than that. What somebody put on Facebook about their partner, that was real. You can't get more real than that. Was I lying about that? Was the other people lying about that? No, they weren't. They all saw it too. This is my point. They all try to come off on here like their shit doesn't stink. But they got the smelliest shit in the community. No lavender perfume is going to help their fucking shit. Their shit smells like anybody else's shit, maybe worse. Toss a bad comment to somebody, try to hurt their feelings. Well, I tell you what, if I was hurt by all the comments that people make about me or mine, I think I would have been gone off YouTube a long time ago and said, this is I still think it's nonsense on here. Don't get me wrong. Please don't get me wrong. It is all nonsense. And by every means, I probably shouldn't even be on here. But if I'm getting something out of it, maybe that's what keeps me here. Because I got something to say, and I will say it, and I have said it. It doesn't hold me back to tell the truth. And if the truth hurts, oh well. If the shoe fits, oh well. Then don't do that. Like the guy walks into the doctor's office. Hey, doctor, it hurts when I do this. And the doctor just tells him straight off like I do. If it hurts when you do that, then don't do that. Don't do that. Got to put a German accent or something there. I don't know why. Don't do that. Well, I say to you, don't do that. Because karma is a bitch. And so far, karma has been kind to me. Very kind. The very people that attack me all the time, they all got issues. Mental, social, financial, health. Absolutely on the health. Look, you just can't maintain a longevity deal when you are obese. Put it through your heads. Money ain't going to solve your problem, how fat your fucking wallet is, or you have a fucked up personality. Money's not going to change that. You might see you have some empowerment that you have money. Oh, look at my life. I'm going to 5-star restaurants and taking my family everywhere and this and that. Well, goody two shoes for you. But the problem is you can't take it with you, my friends. Maybe the Egyptians did that. Maybe the Mayans did that. Special relics that was important in their life. Little trinkets. You could take that to your grave. But money is not going to do you any good when you're lying there cold and stiff and buried, my friends. Keep that in mind. When rigor mortis is set in, that money is not going to free you. You're not going to become, alive after being unalive. Money will not mean shit when you got the worst health conditions that even your money in the best doctors you can get cannot always resolve your health problems. And if you got those health problems, it could have been genetical, 25% only, 25%, and the rest, 75%, was you. Don't blame it on genetics necessarily. Got my point? Don't blame it on genetics. That's a cop-out. Because genetics only play as much as even 10%, but more likely about 25%. Heart conditions, so forth and so forth, But if you're going to sit there and shovel, not a spoon or fork, and you're going to shovel food in your mouth, and then you're wondering why you're so goddamn fat. Well, duh. What kind of a wake-up call do you need? A heart attack? Oh, that would be a wake-up call. And guess what? They'll still go back to doing it. Some people just can't or won't change. They want to blame everybody else for their misery. Why they're so bitter, why they do all these shows against other YouTubers, because they don't feel good about themselves, my friends. That's why they're unhappy and bitter. Some use money as a tool to say, I'm better than you. I can afford the finest places. I can make trips everywhere. 5-star dinners and hotels. Well, good for you. But is it good for you when certain habits you haven't changed in your diet and you're big as a fucking school bus? Duh. Wake up. Hello? Anybody out there? Hello? What's wrong with this picture? I don't give a fuck how much money you have. Don't make it better than me. Don't make you better than me, Jack. I don't have the most exciting life, but I'm happy with my life. I'm content. And I don't think these people are content. They wouldn't talk about me as much. There is jealousy going on. There is envy. It's not like I have a lot of money or something. They are envious because I managed to achieve my goals. And what were my goals? To get the fuck out of the United States, to start a new life with a very nice lady that I met and that I have a lifetime with now. 9.5+ years. Pretty good record. Must be some happiness in a relationship because money does not solve all. And I'm not rich. It ain't about the money. I'll guarantee you that. She has more money than I do. Guarantee you that. I'm not sucking off her tits for money, and she ain't sucking on my dick for money either. We're okay. We have a spat, we resolve it. We got a good relationship. We're grounded. We got the house. And by the way, there's 40% ownership on a house. If something ever happened with us, we sell the house, I get 40%. My name is on the tax forms. You got to understand that. A lot of you guys are confused with that. I do partially own the house. Sure, I bought it with my own money. Absolutely. By choice. Not as a simp. I bought it because I wanted to, because I care about the woman enough to make sure that she has a future and a permanent place to live. Yeah, I'm like that. I didn't do it, 6 years in. If I was a simp, I would have bought the house when I first met her, like some people do. It's ridiculous to hear that, but people do that. 6 years to make a decision on buying a house. Why? Because I had to be sure that who I was with was worth it. Of course, by that point, I certainly knew it, well before that. But I waited 6 years. I could have continued to rent. I said, no, it's time. I'm very sure of who I'm with and her character, 100%, or I would not do that. I'm not that stupid. I'm not a simp, not even remotely. It's sad when I hear these stories, guys are trying to buy this women. They just freaking met them and they're buying them houses and land and all that shit. And I cringe when I hear that. How desperate can people be? I mean, we see that all the time, or we hear that all the time, don't we? These are what foreigners are doing, man. You know what it is? You reach a certain age and you're thinking, oh, gee, my time clock's going out and I better secure myself a relationship with somebody because certainly in the Western culture, you're not going to get anybody younger than you. You know that, I know that. So you got to come to the Philippines or a country like this where you could get the younger gal. Hey, mine's 20 years younger than me. But we're not talking a half a century like a lot of these guys. She's 20 years younger. Perfect. Perfect. I get a younger woman. She's still a mature adult. I did everything the right way. I took time in everything I did in this relationship to build up trust and all that other stuff that you should have. If you don't have that in a relationship, don't stay in it, man. You could have the prettiest woman in the world, but if she's not up to par, you're just fooling yourself. If you're just with her to show everybody, look what I got, look what I got. What do you got, really, when you got nothing? When she actually is with you only for your money. And we know people that are living that life with their girlfriends, wives, or whatever, just with them for money. I don't think anybody doubts what I'm saying. Doubts at all. But money is not everything. If you ain't got real love, you ain't got shit. You live in a false life. a pretensive life. And who wants to live a life like that? Not me. I'm not that shallow. I'm not that shallow. I had my heyday when I dated around a lot to women I didn't give a shit about. Single, sowing my oats. Yeah, you could do that. You're allowed to do that. Just be careful. You don't know their background. You don't know if they got sexually transmitted diseases. Just be careful in that way. But if you're single, you got every right to date whoever you want and how often you want. And I did pretty well in my time, I must say. Well, when I say did well, we say in numbers, perhaps, but numbers are not everything. Were there any quality women I've dated? Yes, there were. One thing didn't turn out another, probably for the best as time went by and proved that I made the right decision. I've not had a woman leave me in a relationship of any sort. I left them. I've had a compromising relationship with this gal who's living in California now, the doctor's daughter, compromising one where she didn't have her act together yet, and she knew the relationship couldn't go on until she got her shit together. But then she went on with her life in California. I went on with mine. That was that. But it was never something where a woman left me for any reason at all. I don't have anyone in my little dossier that has ever left me. It was always the other way around, because I made a decision that, as attractive she may be, hot body, whatever, it wasn't enough. I mean, I'm a very visual person, having an interest in the arts and photography and all that. I'm very visual. In fact, that's the first thing you see when you meet a woman. It's visual. Whether you find her attractive or not, that's the first thing before any kind of feelings come in, emotions and everything else. It's visual, let's face it, okay? It starts off that way, but then you get to know somebody and you know a little about them, you know whether they're for you or not. And as it turned out with a lot of these relationships, I was a very lucky man that I didn't continue it for many reasons. I lucked out. It's like I say, you can say anything you want about me. You're not hurting my feelings. And Kevin or Don C and whoever, or Big E or Mick Fisher, you're not hurting my feelings. Or Jay, Abo Man, you're not hurting my feelings. Far from. I'm laughing at everything you say because I happen to know a little information about all y'all, which is not very flattering. So I'm sitting here with a smile on my face, like the cat who swallowed a canary, and just laughing. Because we know, people's history comes out. You've been on YouTube a long time. You learn about these people. And it's not always good shit. And they have the gall to sit there and toss stones at me and other people when their life is not exactly going on par, when they got a lot of bugaboos in their relationships in their life, and they got the gall to talk about me or anybody else for that fact. They're not living the best lifestyle that they're trying to portray in their shows, is what I'm trying to say again and again. You're seeing what they want you to see, going out to nice restaurants, taking the family on vacation, or claiming they're living the life in the country they're living in, whether it's the Philippines or wherever it might be, or Thailand or Vietnam or whatever. The background information is what they're not telling you, but sometimes they slip and things come out that they don't want people to hear, but then they say, oh shit, I should have refrained from doing this because now it's all over social media. I can't hide the fact now. I could try to change the subject matter to get their minds off what I just put on there, but it don't work that way. When it's out, it's out. Done deal. So all these characters we have on YouTube, are they really living the life? The life? No, they're not. Proven time and time again, every single one of them. They all got flies in their ointment. Proven time and time and time again. Kevin, let me tell you something, Bubba. You're not doing very well out there, and you're trying to impress your audience, and especially you're trying to impress me. I'm not impressed with you, Kevin. I wouldn't be you if it meant me dying or being you to keep me alive. I would never want to be you and some other characters on here. I would never, given the choice. Frank, I'll tell you, you either die or we'll give you a life and be one of these people. I'd rather die. I couldn't live my life like these people do. I'd rather be dead than to live their life in the turmoil they're going through, the inner pain they're going through, the bitterness, the unhappiness they're going through. But they're not going to show you that on YouTube. You make your own evaluations from looking at their shows and listen to what they have to say. That's where you make your evaluations. And that's how you should. It's one of these things. It is what it is, right? What you see, what you hear is factual. Well, not everything's factual because people bullshit on here a lot, but you get the gist of it, basically. After years of listening to people on here, you know what they're all about. It's not hard to figure it out. So, are they living the life? No, they're not. Is there jealousy of me? Yes, there is. I'm not asking for jealousy or envy. But they'll try to nitpick you apart. Oh, you're not a tall man. Or you're not Mr. Atlas in muscles or something. Or you're 71 years old. That's all they got. The fact is, I'm still alive, and I'll probably be living a lot longer than most of these clowns. We'll see. Time. Karma. It'll happen. How many YouTubers that were trolls that we lost already? What does that say? They're not going to be around to fuck around with anybody anymore. They're gone. They're history. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, birdie. Bye. Hope you have a better life in the afterlife, if there is one. Unless you got that RSVP to fucking hell. Good luck on that, too. But what you do during your living life may determine a lot of things in your eternal life, if there is one. If you're really religious, you should believe that to begin with, right? But with all the hypocritic, religious people out there, you can understand why I feel about it. I don't want anything to do with organized religion. Because they're the biggest fucking hypocrites in the world. They don't practice what they preach, not any one of them. Look at Popeye, how hateful and bitter that guy is. All of them. The high roaders, where their shit doesn't stink, they got more money than you, or we're doing more things than you are. But they're all fucking obese, most of them. Or are fighting an obesity problem, so they're going to the gym to try to work out. Those are the people I give credit to. Mick Fisher works out. I know he does. Mick Fisher's a big guy. He was never thin. He decided to go to the gym and build up a little muscle to help him for walking and his basic longevity, But he had weight problems. But at least, I'll give him the credit that he is working out on a regular basis. Okay? You give credit when it's due. Hello, Velo. Welcome to the morning show here. Hour and 34 minutes in on here. We're not going to be on it too much longer. I think we covered quite a bit today. The gossip. The gossip. We talked about several characters on here. We present the truth, the facts, and nothing but the facts, Your Honor. That's what we present on this show. And if it bothers people and it hits home, oh well, you sure run your mouths. You don't seem to have a problem with that, do you? No, apparently not. Just take a good look at yourself, like Phil Collins. Take a look at yourself. You're just an empty shell. Because that's what you are. You're an empty shell. Trying to impress people with your money or whatever it might be. Or how many women you have in your harem or whatever. I'm not impressed. I'm not even the least impressed. That's not the lifestyle that I would want to live. Or live like Big Kevin makes the biggest mistake in his life is to move to a foreign country when he was not prepared for that. But free is good. Free is good. Thank Lord, free at last. Free is good. Because Big E paid his way out there. Go anywhere you want to go in the world. I'll pay your way if you lose 200 pounds. Well, Kevin wasn't trying to lose weight for his health. He wanted to take advantage of the offer from Big E. That's what he did. To get a free ticket somewhere. He didn't have to pay. That's the way the big cabin works. On your peso. On your bot. That's how he works it. Velo says, all of Fisher's working out and money and his girlfriend is about a 1 star out of 10. Strange results. Well, I don't know what's going on in his life, and frankly, I don't really give a shit. I met him. I thought he was a decent guy when I met him, but he just turned on me. Because I didn't agree with his philosophy about Barry, really, what it came down to. No, he came down there on a fact-finding mission. He wanted to see what I was like, how tall I was, what I was like, meet my actual girlfriend, and he was trying to convince me to drop the charges on Barry, but that didn't work. So we had our own little spats and went our own way. And that's it. And that's why Mick Fisher is teaming up with Big E, his best buddy. They're both about the same size or something. No, Big E's bigger. But Big E's bigger in girth, but Mick Fisher at least has some muscle. I'll give him that. See, I don't really trash Mick Fisher. I don't know if you noticed that. I don't trash Mick Fisher. Now, if you listen to my shows, you don't hear me trashing Mick. Okay? Just because he hates me, I don't hate Mick. I don't maybe agree with some of his philosophies. I don't like all his rude comments toward me, which is, he shouldn't be doing that at all. He met me in Gilda. He knows we're nice people. He knows that. But he has to satisfy Big E, the big dog. That's the way it works then. You got to satisfy the big dog. Okay, you got to have that camaraderie, everything they say, whether it's true or not. It's horrible to live your life that way. But no, I don't have anything. The only thing I got against Mick Fisher is that his trip was basically, and as he said, it wasn't to make friendship with me. It was to find out whatever he fucking can about me or trying to convince me to drop the charges on Barry. That was never going to happen. All the King's horses and King's men, that were not going to make me drop the charges on Barry Lee Jordan. No. And Velo says, and his egghead hasn't been able to score over a 2-star out of 10. I'm not exactly know what you're referring to there, but, And I don't know who Mick's girlfriend is. I don't know if it's Yats. I don't know. I know that Yats came with him on a couple occasions. Yats was accompanied by him. What his relation is with Yats is not relevant. It's irrelevant. And it's also his personal business. I got nothing bad to say about Yats, although you think I probably should, because she's gone along with Big E and Mick Fisher on me. She said some shitty comments about me. There was no reason to do so. I met her. She was very kind. I was very kind to her. So what's the problem, you ask? I don't know, because she's influenced by Mick, who's influenced by Big E. That's how the chain of command goes. What's that? And Big Head hasn't been able to score over a 2-star out of 10. Well, no comment. All I know is I know what I got, and I'm happy with what I got. That's all. I'm happy with what I got, and that's all that matters. I have to live my life with who I'm with, and vice versa. I'm either happy or I'm not. It's either one or the other. Which is it? I am happy. I don't have any problems with that, with the relationship, even my lifestyle. I'm very happy with it. I do things for a reason. Everything I do has a reason behind it. How many hours I want to spend in the heat of the sun every day, and outings. And sometimes I do subject myself to quite a few hours of sun. But because of my light skin, I'm trying to be careful with that. Yeah. I don't want skin cancer again. Mine wasn't bad, but still, I don't want anything to do with it. And when it's hot, it's hot. If I'm uncomfortable, fuck, I'll go into a goddamn air conditioner. I have no problem with that at all. Shit, I'm retired. I should make myself comfortable. I don't have to make excuses for having an air conditioner and spoiling myself, even the dogs with it. I don't have to make any excuses at all. I don't owe anybody anything on here. I live my life the way I want to live my life, not somebody else's life. That's just the way it is, you like it or not. Still 24 strong, 13 thumbs up. What do you think of that, Big Cabin? This guy doesn't even have 2,000 subscribers. Well, because all his viewers are all trolls. There's only so many trolls. I may not have a lot of viewers on here all the time, but for the size of my channel, I mean, that's adequate. I'm happy with it. If I'm happy with it, shut the fuck up to anybody else. They're just trolls, Frank. Yeah, I get trolls coming in, but they love to listen to me. And every time they make a bad comment about me, I said, but you still listen, don't you? You still come to my channel, don't you? You must like something about me in my show. Because there's not many shows on like me where I just speak the truth and I don't hold anything back and people love it. Yeah, they do. Like one of my viewers said, yeah, I got my feet kicked up on the desk and I'm listening to your show. That's the goal. And I've achieved it. Yeah. Velo says, enter grab 4K USD cash on the way out. Oh, Esther. Oh, what's that? Esther grab 4K USD on the way. I don't know what you're referring to. Esther. That's Bob's girlfriend's name, Esther. So I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Explain, my boy. Explain. Anyway, that's what's going on. 25 strong. So I just want to make something perfectly clear to you, Kevin, or anybody else on here. There's nothing you could say or do that's going to faze me at all. I'm not phased. I've been on this for 10 fucking years, a decade. I've heard every insult in the world. You're not phasing me at all. It's the same shit every time you'd even do a copycat channel. It's the same shit, just playing my show. You know, whatever. I hope you're at least making money on the show. I hope you're at least getting monetized or something. Take advantage of it. I'm helping you out. I'm a nice guy. But to be that involved with everything I say and do, it's saying something about your life. It's saying a lot about your life. What's this infatuation with me? Don't tell me there's no fucking jealousy and envy of me. I've heard this from people before. Frank, it's just envious of your life. And I say, okay, well, I can understand certain factors. It's because I am grounded. I've got a woman. I'm not chasing tail. I don't have to chase tail. And I never really chased tail when it came to the Philippines. I've met a few women out here, tried a few things out. It either worked or didn't work, you know. I wasn't going around, you know, with a notch on my belt in the Philippines like these expats do. Got this one. How about the next one? Yeah. So what good does that do you? If you got a shallow relationship, it's not even a relationship, it's shallow. So you screwed somebody with the help of Viagra. And a lot of these people, as I said, shouldn't even be taking that shit. They don't even know what shape their heart's in. I wonder why they're fucking dying while they're having sex. Remember the rumor that Ricky died? He took some Viagra while he was having sex with his girlfriend. How many people bought into that? Well, could that happen? Yeah, absolutely, in his situation. You know, it almost got me going there thinking, yeah, that was a good possibility. Oh, Ricky's back on again and insulting people again. Ricky's going to meet his match someday. I guarantee you something's going to happen with him. I might know something you don't know, but we won't talk about it on here. But he's going to meet his match. And Jay, Abo Man, a lot of talk, but he doesn't have to walk. Jay will never meet up with me personally. Never. Oh, I understand that Snicko is making his way into the Philippines, or he is in the Philippines, or somewhere else. Something like that. No, I thought he was going to visit me. They were saying he wasn't going to Bantayan. He's been there already. Oh, I thought he was going to come at my door or something. Well, if you do, Snicko, just get me some quality chocolate chip cookies. Okay? Come with something in your hand other than a knife or a rock. You know, I'd even welcome a troll if they came in peace and they want to know what I was really like. Shit, if I'd invite fucking Brevis in, oh God, that was a mistake. I regret that. I really regret that. Oh, Vilo says that Esther milked him for about 20,000 US dollars for paying for everything. I know. Bob is he's a pretty gullible dude, man. He's pretty gullible. Esther Cooper's, yeah. Okay, 8-year long-distance relationship ran off with a 4K USD when they finally met in person. So what happened with that? Did she leave him or something? What's the real story on Bob Cooper? It's a gossip hour this morning, so what's the real scoop on that? She milked him of his money, and she's still milking him, or did she leave him after she got money from him? That guy was. Did you see the picture? Did you see the picture of Bob? Do I have it on here to show? I don't think right on this little thing here. Unfucking believable, man. His face is even bigger than the big egos. I mean, holy shit, man. I've never seen anything like it. I thought, you know, A few people on here were worse, but no. Okay, Esther milked him for about 20,000 USD for paying for everything. Okay. God, Bob, what's with you, man? See, people get to that point of desperation. It's sad. I really think it's sad that they allow themselves to do that. I understand. You're getting older. You're not exactly the most attractive person. You're overweight. And you're lonely. You don't want to admit it. That's why people think the drinking and getting high and all that shit. Because they want to cover their hurt and pain. But that just makes their life worse. And they overeat. And they do everything wrong. Then they face some really serious health issues. And they never get their life together. And they die lonely. Look what happened to Fazio. Prime example. She had the nerve to return to the house. So she stole 4,000 US and ran off and then came back. And I guess Bob accepted her back, didn't he? No, Bob, he was also, just like Big Kevin, not a candidate to go live in the Philippines. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. Here, Ginger, let me see your owie here. Come here. Let Daddy take a look. Oh boy, I don't know how to get rid of this inflammation. This is terrible. Nothing's worked so far. But I gotta keep this under control. I'm doing something as I'm talking to you guys. My goodness. But I gotta do something to help her, you know. Can't leave her with the skin irritation. I've tried a lot of things, but, you know, not working very well all the time. I don't want to put her on steroids again because I didn't like the reaction from those steroids. I didn't think it was a good idea. Not really. Oh, you know the routine, girl. You know the routine here. Why do you want to live your life like an empty shell? I understand people get desperate. I understand that shit. It's a serious thing as you get older. That's why I consider myself one of the luckiest men on earth. Amongst them anyway. Not the luckiest, but I have a few things going for me, which I'm very happy about. I could say that. You know, I'm not saying I'm the latest and the greatest of everything in the world. I'm not. I'm seriously not. All I'm saying is very simply that, yeah, I kind of like the way things have been going. I really do like my life out here. I do, or else I wouldn't be here no matter what. And I'm saying that anyone could do what I can do, but you got to have the goal. You got to make a goal of doing it, and you got to settle down a little bit. This way you could kind of regroup. You have to regroup. Excuse me, but I got to step away from this for a minute. I want to go outside because I'll wind up getting a Sawati. Hold on, folks.
Black also. No. The black shoes is dirty also.
Yeah, they're all dirty.
Nah, I gotta wash out some shoes here, actually. Okay, Vilo says the worst thing is everyone was telling Bob that he was being scammed, but his so-called friend Cabin told Bob he was killing it. Oh, what do you think they want to say? They're all killing it. And I always say the same thing over and over again. Yeah, they're killing something. They're killing themselves. And why not? Let them. I really don't give a shit. And none of these people mean a goddamn thing to me. None of these people mean a goddamn thing to me. And that's a fact. They just listen to me and make their own evaluations, whatever, that's fine. They don't mean a goddamn thing to me. And they never will mean a goddamn thing to me. They're just viewers. I don't know them personally. I don't go out and eat with them. I don't go to barbecues with them. I don't want anything to do with them, period. I'll be blunt. But they do come to watch my shows and listen to my shows. It's never stopped them from doing that. So I guess I am performing a service, if you really think about it. Their otherwise boring lives, clueless lives,
I'm helping them out. I'm glad to be of service. Even Big Egghead didn't try to help Bob. No, he didn't. Nope. But he sure did a lot for Big Kevin, though, didn't he? And he still is. See, here's the thing. Why do you want to give money to somebody who purposely is trying to cheap out? And you know they're trying to cheap out, right? Well, you know it. And you have no doubt about it. They're trying to cheap out. They're trying to get somebody to pay for their lifestyle. Although it's not a great lifestyle. I think if anybody really cared about Big Cabin, they wouldn't be giving him all that money so he could stuff his face with all this highly caloric, fatty foods and go off his diet and stuff. And he's not, Cabin doesn't want to spend his own money. He's like Barry. I told you, these guys are so similar, it's uncanny. I mean, in so many ways. Look at Sneeko. He's supposed to be doing well, he's happy in life, but why can't he take care of his fucking teeth? Teeth! He got the most gnarly looking fucking teeth you've ever seen. For those that have any teeth on here. You saw his teeth. Might even be on my thumbnail or profile. I don't know what's on there right now. I change it. With all the insults that Snicko puts toward me, I mean, it's really a shame what happened to him when he was in the service. But, he's got all these VA benefits and all this shit. How come he doesn't go take care of his teeth? I don't understand that. There's things like that I don't understand. You gotta be honest. I don't understand. Gnarly teeth, yeah. Hello, Pennywise. I don't understand that kind of stuff. If you got the money, forget about the honey. Take care of yourself first. Don't make all these rude and senseless statements to somebody else unless you go take a look in that fucking mirror and what you look like. Okay? Sneeko's called me with every name in the fucking book. You know Sneeko. He's got shit to live for except for his mother. And now that his daughter's in his life, after all these years, that she wasn't. She needed a place to stay in the past, that's what it was. She took her in. But they weren't talking to each other, neither anybody, his other children. She needed a place to stay, he took her in, the rest is history. She gets knocked up by this black guy, and now she has a kid with him. And they needed a place to stay, so until she had a baby, he was there. Now they moved out. They got welfare now, so welfare is taking care of everything else. They don't need daddy anymore. Is that, am I lying or am I lying or what? Am I telling the truth? You can bet they're on the dole. And they talk about me. Oh, that they do. Oh, they certainly do. It is what it is, I guess, folks. We'll give it a couple more minutes here. I'm trying to think of anything I left out. I don't want to leave anything out. Why would I do that? So the only thing I can advise people, of course they're not going to take my advice for the most part. Live your life, man. Enjoy what, months or a couple years you got left because of your obesity and lifestyle and everything else. Enjoy it. The fact is, I shouldn't be that important to you. And if I am, then something is really wrong with this picture. So much bitterness they have. Where is this all coming from? Well, let me tell you what it's like, and be blunt. If I'm happy with anything in my life, I'm happy, and nobody's not going to change that happiness. If I'm grounded, you're not going to change that. You're going to try, and you know what I'm talking about. You're going to try, but we'll probably fail. So far, everybody else has failed through 10 years of trying to attack me and legally in every other fucking way. The court system doesn't always work in your favor. Keep that in mind. There are repercussions. So don't hold your breath about me being thrown out of the country. There are, as I said, are avenues in between, nevertheless. And if that ever did happen with me,
I wouldn't be barred for life. I didn't do any crimes. And even if I did some kind of crime, it'd have to be awful to permanently ban me out of the Philippines. Keep that in mind too. That's something you're not thinking about. Hey, I was separated from her for 14 months because of the COVID. You know that story. I thrived. I went on. We communicated every single day. No problem. So what happens? The worst scenario, if that ever happened, but don't hold your breath on that, as I said. If I had to live in another country, I know exactly where I'll be. And we'll still be in touch if that ever happened. I don't anticipate that, but let's look at the worst scenario. We've been separated before. We didn't fall apart. If anything, I get to experience another culture. Remember, I'm not a big traveler. Ah, that's a positive. You got to think of the positive. I get to experience another culture. See, you got to think about the positive, not the negative. Pennywise says, when is Sneeko going to sneak back into the Philippines? I'm sure Jay will still be waiting for me. Jay. Sneeko is supposed to be in the Philippines or something now, or he's preparing for it. I think he did leave. I think he did leave the country, if I'm not mistaken. I think he did. You have to go to his show. I think he did, because they were talking about, why don't you go to Bantallion and visit Frank or something. He said, I've been there already and all that, you know. So apparently he did leave or something. I don't know. Apparently. Watch for the ants on there. No ants?
That's right, go clear.
Oh, good idea. You'll be neighbors with Big Cabin. Soy 7. Hey, I already told him that. Be careful. I said, be careful what you wish for. I could be your neighbor. And I don't think the Cabin would love me being his neighbor. I'm not Mr. Rogers. I'm not going to wear a little cardigan sweater either, my friends. Won't you please be my neighbor? Imagine if I was his neighbor and I got an apartment right next to him. He'd be shitting his fucking diapers. He'd have a fucking heart attack. You don't know me very well, Big Kevin. I'm the last person you want to live next to you. You're going to wish you never opened your mouth. Oh, no, we're not talking about physical violence here, Cabin. Of course not. But I'll make your life pretty goddamn miserable. I would promise you that much. Yeah. Pennywise says, Frank, you can just hang out at Hookup Bar and watch him exit the front door of his hotel. Yeah, I could. Oh, yeah, so much I can do. I just got to be willing to do it. That's all. Remember, I'm a person that means what he says what he means. If I say I'm going to do something, I'll probably do it. Probably. I challenge myself sometimes. What are you willing to do? I'll ask myself. And I know what I'm willing to do and what I'm not willing to do. But it would not be out of the question that for at least a set period of time, I would be right there, maybe on Soy 7, and be his neighbor and see how he likes that. See what kind of shows he's going to be doing on me then. He's going to calm down quite a bit. No, I'm a stone's throw from him. Imagine being right next door to his apartment. Can you imagine that, folks? Can you imagine that? That would be a show. That would be the greatest of all shows of all time in the Philippines genre. That would be the show of all shows. If I became his neighbor. No cardigan sweater, it's too hot. But I'll be there. And I decide to be your neighbor. I might be there. And you have reason to fear. Because I'm not going to let up on you. I'm going to do what I can to show you. Anyway, we'll dispense with the singing. But no, you don't want to deal with me. It has nothing to do with my size and girth, my age. I'm just not somebody to contend with. I'll be that fucking mosquito that keeps on biting your ass. And you're going to be scratching and itching for the rest of your fucking life. That's who I am. I'm that mean-ass fucking mosquito with big-ass fucking teeth that'll be biting on your fucking arms and ass as long as I can and make your life fucking miserable. Watch me. Watch my smoke. As that poster of Gomez Adams says from the Addams Family. He was running for political office. I always loved that one. He had a poster around town that said, "Watch my smoke." And there was Gomez there with that cigar of his, that big shitting smile with the mustache. And the smoke coming out from his cigar said, "Watch my smoke." Watch mine. Watch my smoke. I just get a kick out of saying all this shit about my size and stuff. They make such an issue out of that. I'm the only one that knows my own height. You can make me down to 4'11", but it doesn't mean it's true. You can say I'm frail, you can say this, you can say I'm 85 years old when I'm not 85 years old. It is fact or fiction, which is it? That's all that matters. But they have to say something when they run out of everything else to say, and they've said almost everything they could say about me so far, bar none. That's why it's fun to watch them. What are they going to say next? What are they going to make up next about me? Yeah. Oh, the only thing they haven't used yet, let's see. They never called me a transvestite. That's one thing they left out. Transvestite or transgender or something. No, they haven't gotten there yet. They will. Oh, they even know my sex life. They know everything. They know what's in my bank account. Frank's broke. Frank's broke. He's going to be on the streets if he gets kicked out of the country. I don't think so. I just don't think so. But as I said, don't hold your breath on that issue. I know what's going on with that issue. I'm not going to discuss on here in detail. I know what's going on with that. What does Abbo say? Frank knows he's got a resolution. Why is he talking about it? Well, that's the problem. See, there is no resolution. Hasn't been in over a year. And it might go on for a couple of more years. Of course, it could be an inconvenience for me, because I still have to pay some minor fines and penalties monthly. That's not a big issue. Put money on the side for that, but I can't travel if I want to. And maybe I decide that maybe I want to travel. Maybe there's a particular country I'm interested in. I want to go check it out. Me and Gil to go on vacation or something. That's the only bugaboo with this, as far as I can see. But we're not big travelers anyway. But we were thinking about making a trip anyway. I'm not going to say where, but we were thinking about that for a long time. I can't do it right now, but eventually this will all be ironed out. Let's see. Velo. Frank, do you think E.T. is trying to court people like Cabin? That's possible. It's weird to have a elderly ladyboy trying to insert themselves into the community. Yeah, kind of. I don't know. To me, E.T. came out of the woods. Prior to a couple of months ago, I had no idea who the fuck he was, to be honest with you. He's not even living in the Philippines. He's another one that's getting involved in the genre of the Philippines, getting involved with different channels and people in the Philippines. I can't say I understand any of it. I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to try. Still 20 strong and 13 thumbs up. What do you think of that, Big Cabin? I don't know what he's trying to do, really. I don't know. The guy's insane, obviously. You think? But that's the kind of people we have on it. So it makes it interesting, actually. On a positive note, there's negative and positive. And on a positive note, we got all these characters on here. You would think they're play acting, but they're not. This is for real. This is the real McCoy, what's happening. These are real people saying and doing real things. Well, not really real things, because they're trying to overplay their life and how happy they are and the great lifestyle they have and all that shit. That's the part that's not honest. But I think they're all in character, though. I do think that. They're all in character. That I would say, yeah, I'd agree. I would. And that's what makes it interesting. You know, it's really interesting. I don't got, 100,000 subscribers or nothing. I don't even have a shitload of viewers because I don't really push my channel on Facebook or the meta tags or whatever, which is basically an avenue to draw traffic to your channel. I don't even do any of that. I could, but then I asked myself, what's the purpose? Want to get monetized? Well, I got the stats. I mean, I got the qualifications to be monetized. I just haven't done it. And I don't even need that. I could put a PayPal on here. I could do whatever. I could put a PayPal on here. It's very easy to do that kind of shit. But do you see a PayPal or buy me a lunch or whatever the hell? You don't see that on here, do you? Because I don't give a fuck. And I know I wouldn't make much money on here anyway. So why bother? Why bother? And because of my uncertainty of my career on here, which has been an ongoing thing, of course. You can all laugh about that, and that's perfectly fine. I laugh at myself for that too. But I'm here. And if I was to get monetized, that would mean that I would plan to stick around till in my 80s, if I lived that long. There are people in their 80s that are doing shows. There was that one guy living in the Philippines, the one that was in church members. He was building houses, and he didn't have a license for his charity thing. The British guy in the Philippines, yeah. And now you got Jim and Drexel, he's thinking about turning his house. Can you believe it? They build a house and they want to turn it into a pigsty, a piggery, because he's too afraid to move back to the home he built or bought, whatever. Crazy shit, man. He's afraid to go back in his own community because of the legal shit he's got going on with some of his wife's relatives, and some of them were. One was in jail, and I think he bailed out or something. And it's interesting to Terrence. Yeah, Terrence. Is he still doing shows? Because I don't even know the name of his show. I don't regularly listen to that guy. And if I don't regularly listen to somebody's show, I can't remember the name of their show. I know them by their character, by their background, a little bit of history, but what was the name of his show, for the record? Is he still doing shows? But I think the last time I checked, he wasn't, I don't think he was doing lives, or was he accepting comments on his show? Yeah, Terrence Flannery Martin. Yeah, but he had a name of his show. Something Brit in the Philippines, British, whatever. 23 strong, still. 13 thumbs up. Come on, folks. Give it all you got, Scotty. Give it all you got. It's my morning this morning, where everything goes. Talk about anything you want. Let the truth be told. Yeah, Terrence Flannery. He's got to be 84. At least 84. And he's still trucking. 84. He's got to be around there. He's probably one of the oldest YouTubers on here at present. Although Don C looks older than him. Don C is not his age. Don C looks as old as Terrence. But he's not 84, anywhere near 84. In fact, Don C is a little bit younger than me, as I recall. But he looks a lot older. I mean, everybody would agree on that. I don't think anybody would disagree with me on that. Everybody's got their bad points, man. They could talk shit about who they want to, but look at their own life. Is it really what they try to portray on YouTube? You know it better than that, folks. They're not. Far from. That's why I take everything lightly on here. They could talk about me till the cows come home. It don't matter. I've been going through this for 10 years. I've heard it all, and I've heard even more than it all. They make up stuff as they go along because they run out of material. There's always something new coming up. Besides the obvious, Frank is not happy. Frank is broke. Gilda wants to leave him. I didn't know that. I have to ask her about that. Let me tell you something, guys. If she wanted to leave me, she would have left a long time ago. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. My doors in this house go either way. You know, she knows I'm getting older. She chose that path with me, and she's continuing on that path with me. Nobody's holding her down. Nobody. Door works either way. If we weren't happy with each other, we simply wouldn't be. I don't have a lot of time on my side as I'm getting older as anybody else. I want to be happy in a relationship. If I'm not happy in a relationship, I want to live the rest of my life with somebody I'm happy with. I'm not going to hang on something just because it's there. That would be the wrong thing to do for myself. Let's see. Pennywise says, Frank, the newest kid in the harem family has inherited the size of his head from his papa. You guys are terrible. You're terrible. Come on, don't be like them. Come on, Pennywise. Be nice. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I really haven't really measured it or looked, really, to be honest with you. But I'll refrain from any comments on that. I'm glad you said it, anyway. But no comment from the peanut gallery here, okay? Your observation. I'll respect it. But don't be like him. But then again, you're a troll anyway, so what do I expect to hear from you? But you're a good troll, you know. How many sock accounts do you have, Pennywise? I'm just curious. All right, we've been on here over 2 hours, man. 2 hours. Time goes by when you're having fun. And we're actually having fun this morning. It's a really good shoe this morning, I must say. Very good shoe. Big shoe. I think we got out a lot of points about a lot of people in one show. Who could do that but me? Nobody could do what I do on YouTube. That's a fact. I could segue from one thing to another so effortlessly and be able to cover everything from, A to Z on one show. How many people got the talent for that? Not many. And poor Big Kevin, he can't think of what to talk about. He tried to get into a different topic the other day about relationships with Southeast Asian women or something. It was anything but that. It was about me. It was about me. I mean, what did you expect? I mean, come on, guys. What did you really expect? He doesn't have the ability to carry a show. If it wasn't for his troll followers, he wouldn't know what the heck to talk about. Because he's not that kind of, an intellectual person that could carry out stuff like this like I could. Velo says, Buck Toots' fake smile is so obvious. You see, I just got here, Frank. I was quite late to the stream. And Velo says, Buck Toots' fake smile. I'm not sure who you're talking about. I have no clue. I have no clue at all. Pennywise says, the harem has 2 members with buck teeth and one with a head just like his papa. Come on now, Pennywise. That's not nice. I'll laugh, but it's not nice. Be nice, be nice. Come on. This is a positive channel. Strife is Justice is back on my show. Particularly, Kevin's life is feces. Oh, is what? Feces or faces? Feces. Destitute and alone, stranded in a shoebox, living with a lifetime of regrets. Well, I could agree with that. Dan will comment on. Because at 25 strong, at 13 thumbs up. How about some more thumbs up, folks? I want to roll today. And Strife says that people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. Jung. True. Thank you for the thumbs up. How about some more? You're going to be generous today? You've been very generous today. 25, Kevin. That's okay. I'll take 25. 14 thumbs up, Kevin. I'll take that too. And Pennywise says, Frank, 15. Beautiful, man. Frank, how can the school-age kids in the harem get an education when they move from country to country in Southeast Asia every few months? Well, yeah, I guess that's been an issue of concern, I guess. But that's not your business or mine. The kids go along with the parents, and that's what they do. They're not mature enough yet to really tackle the idea of wanting to be grounded and make some lifelong friends in one place. But you and I have no control over that, and that's his family. Nothing we could do about that. You talk about it. That's about it. You can't change our situation. It's up to them. It's up to the parents. I agree with you. I do agree with you on that, though. I do. I will say that. I do agree. I think the kids need to be grounded. No, there's no question about that. No second thoughts. But they're not your children or mine. So you can't say anything. You can talk about it, but you're not going to change what the parents do. The kids need the parents for guidance and everything else. They're going to go along with their parents no matter where they travel. Well, you got to let's look at some positive. You're not looking at the positive. And I will give positive when it's due. The kids get to travel. That's a nice thing. He's got the money to be able to afford to get him on airplanes and travel. That's a positive thing. But I know what you're saying, though. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you mean. Yeah. But they're traveling. That's a good thing. They're learning a little about cultures and stuff. See, I don't jump on the guy all the time. Only when it's due. I've said positive things about Mick. I said positive things about the big head. And you know that because you listen to me. I don't come down on him for no reason. And many times you hear me saying something positive, like I'm just saying now. While he's being attacked, I'm on the sidelines saying, no, that's not right to say it, right? Ain't I saying that? I am. And I do agree about stability of children, yes, of course, with any children, not just his. They need a stable childhood. They need to make lifelong friends as they grow up, play in the playground, make long-term friends, could wind up be romantic relationships in the future, Yeah, I agree with that. If anybody says the kids are learning how to be in a polygamous relationship, well, okay, well, there's some agreement on that they don't know what a real relationship is. And polygamous, unless you're a Mormon or something, I understand part of the religion. I don't think he's Mormon. But kids are being exposed to that. Just like an example of kids are growing up in a very hateful household. Chances are they're going to be as hateful as their parents. See, that's a bad thing because kids learn from their parents, whether it's foul language or violence or whatever it might be, cruelty, hate. That's how these kids grow up. Look what happened with the bummer. His father took advantage of him as a child. And now as an adult, he's all fucked up as a result of that. The apple doesn't always fall far from the tree, and that's the truth. Vilo says, can you imagine? This is a good show. I almost don't want to go. 25 and 15. Could you imagine kids being moved around 4 to 5 states a year? Makes no sense to put a swinger lifestyle in front of your kid's future. Well, yeah, I have to agree to that. I can't stand back on that one. I have to agree with that. I don't know. I just don't know how healthy that is. I don't know. I'm not thinking it's healthy, but it's just about my opinion. Yeah, I think it's teaching the kids wrong. You may agree with this or not. I may agree with it or not, but I think there's really something to that needs to be addressed. I really do think so. It's not, no, you're right. I'll say it. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing at all, in fact. It's not stability. It's not stability. It's not stability for a child. The things I'll agree with you folks on, and there's things I'll disagree. And if I agree with it, I'm going to tell you straight up, and I'm going to agree on that. And I'm not going to go back on that. That's not going to stop me. No. You or anybody else ain't going to stop me. There is stability issues. Yes, there's. Of course there is. Of course there is. You can see it, smell it, feel it. But you're not in control of the family. You're just a bystander.
No, I'm not taking a piss. I'm running. We're just bystanders. We just listen and learn. And some people have their own opinions, and you're allowed to opinion, even out here. To the point. And some of the things that you're talking about, I disagree with in certain respect, but I agree with some of the things you're talking about. The kids are learning to be in threesomes. Well, I don't know about that. Hey, look, we're not the parents of those kids. That's something the parents have to deal with, not us. We could be observant to this and we could have our opinions, but you really actually need to stay out of families' businesses, just like they need to stay out of mine. I'll agree on that. What he does with his family, his wives, girlfriends, Karam, his kids, what he does with his money, realistically, it's his own business. You don't have to agree with it. I don't have to agree with it. And I don't agree with a lot of this stuff. But anyway, it's his family, his wife, his lifestyle, not yours, and certainly not mine. Pennywise says, 1 more year and the oldest child is eligible to be a third wife. Oh, come on now, guys. That's crude. You really think he's that fucked up? Do you really think he's that fucked up? Seriously, that bad? I hope not. I mean, I seriously hope not. I really hope not. You know, the funny thing is, in the past, I didn't have much against Big E. Not really. We had something in common. It was Nika. I had no idea. Freaked the hell out of me when he said that he knew who she was, and he went through the same shit that I did. A lot of people want to forget about that story. That he knew Nika, and she tried to pull the same shit on him that she tried to pull on me. Oh, yeah. And I actually talked to Big E on the phone a few times. You didn't know that, did you? Back in the day. I had nothing against Big E. I thought he was all right to talk to. I talked to him a couple of times on the phone. That was about it, really. If that was all, you know. I had no problem with him at all. I don't know why he has such a big problem with me. I really don't know. Maybe it all stemmed off with the Barry thing or something. I don't know. I don't really know. And at this point, I don't really care. It is what it is now. But in the past, I really had nothing against him. I thought he was a loudmouth. I've always thought that. And I know that he was having extramarital things going on when he got together with Chica Saris in the hotel. They were trying to hide that, but it was obvious he was right next to her snoring. And he said he don't fool around. But I never understood that. Well, maybe I understand a little better now. He lives a life of open relationships. If it's agreed between his partners, then I guess who are we to say anything about it? Now, come on. Let's be realistic. Who are we to say anything about it? If that's his lifestyle, then that's something he chose. Come on, let's be real. I mean, I'm not sticking up for the guy, not even remotely, but it's his choices. You may not like it, may not approve of it, I may not, but it's his life. Sure, you can comment about it, but he makes his own choices. The kind of woman he wants to be with, what they look like, what they may have to offer to him, what he has to offer to them. We all know it's based on the dollar. We all know that, or the peso, whatever. I mean, that's pretty obvious. You haven't been able to figure that out. And I can say that with no problem with disclaimer. At all. At all. But you choose to be who you want with for a reason. There's always a reason why you're with somebody. There's always an underlying reason. Whether it's money, position, power, whatever, I don't know, property. There's always a reason why A gets together with B. If the going's good, you want to continue the going if it's good. And some Filipinos, it's like, why not? Why not get on that gravy train? Why not get on that gravy train? Pennywise says Buck Teat Jr. is being groomed to
be the third wife. Oh, come on now, man. Velo says, it seems that Bucktooth, come on, guys, didn't agree to raise the kids separately from the swinging. Bucktooth wants to be near the wallet. Again, I'm not going to make commentary on that. Thank you very much. I think I'll refrain. For legal purposes, I'll refrain. If you don't mind, I got my own opinions and I'll try to keep them to myself. There's some I'll talk about, and I could, and there's some things I won't. I agree with some of the things you guys are saying, and I disagree with some of them too. Well, you see, it becomes everybody's business if you make it everybody's business. Then I can say what you want. Because if they made it their business, everybody else's business, then I guess you could talk about it. Because they've done or said things publicly, right? Would you agree with that? Yeah. That's kind of where I see it. You learn a lot about people on here. Just listen to their shows. You could pick up a lot of information. Jesus Christ, we've been on here almost 2.5 hours, folks. It's time to get off. I got some shit I need to do, seriously. I've eaten, but I haven't even exercised. I got to do something here real quick, or I'm going to lose my motivation. But we're having a really swell show this morning. It's been a good one. Vila says, true, ego knows not to return. I didn't read the comment before that. Hold on. I do read comments. Pennywise says, Bucktooth is biding her time until they all return to the Philippines. Then she will have her power back and file concubinage charges on the big guy, with her proof being the kid from the other wife. She could certainly do that. She can certainly do that. Maybe that has something to do with something. I don't know. You decide on your own. I'm not going to say yay or nay on that, but you'd be right saying that she had the right to do that. Oh, absolutely. You would be right. She can do that if she wants, and I think he knows it. I think he knows it very well. That's what happened last time. That big argument with her, and he went on Facebook and said some pretty cruel things about her. He did. Now that's a fact. That's a fact. Oh yeah. Ain't gonna hide that part. Ego knows not to return. Yeah, that's why he's going to different countries, because maybe there are some consequences in the Philippines. Yeah, that's probably true. I'll agree with you on that. I mean, it's kind of adding up to me anyway. Anyway, I'm going to have to get off here. I'll give it 2 more minutes. And got some shit to do here, so. But we had a good audience today. 27 strong, 16 thumbs up. Yeah, Big Kevin's going to say something about that too, I'm sure. Always in competition. Don't be in competition with me, Kevin. We're 2 different people. Radically different people. We can't get more radically different than you and me, buddy. Continue with your insults to me and Gilda. I expect it. But it says something about your character, sir. And you know where I get satisfaction, big Kevin? You know where I get satisfaction? The truth? Knowing that you are living an absolutely miserable life. I don't have to lift a finger. I'll let you be you. That's why ego is hopping around every other month, hopping around, going to a different country. Okay, your opinion. I could agree with it or not. I just rather not comment. And Big Kevin, I think it's obvious to your audience that you're not happy. And as I said, you're not hurting my feelings, Big Kevin. Far from. I wouldn't want to be you for all the money in the world. You are suffering right now. You're paying the price already of the things you talk about me and what you do in your show, being a troll master as you are. If that's all to your life, if that's all you got in your life, then you really are living a very sad, sad life. Look, you could do all the shows about me which you want because you have nothing else to talk about, and I understand that part. I completely understand it. But you're living a very sad life. What have you achieved in your life is what you got to ask. You got children that you don't want to go see, but you say you love them, but you'd rather go to Southeast Asia, take people's money, and keep on making excuses about seeing your biological children. That says a lot about you, Cabin. That says volumes about you. Pennywise says many countries in Southeast Asia don't have long tourist stays, unlike the Philippines, where you can stay up to 3 years by renewing your tourist. Now, I don't know all the how long you can stay in other countries. Malaysia, I think, is 3 months. What else? Things are changing, though, radically, though. As I said, it's not going very well for the Philippines. I hate to say that, but it's really not, and people are changing their minds. And one thing I think is good, to get rid of all the crumb buns that come into this country. That's a good thing. I'm all for that. But it makes it hard in other people's lives, too. If you can't have extended stays, all this other shit, you know. I mean, they're really changing things up. And unfortunately, gentlemen, it's not for the best. It's not for the best. So what can you do about it? You can move. If you could find another Southeast Asian country that'll fit you like a glove and has good visa situations to stay and fees and everything else that goes along with it. Well, the good thing about these other Asian countries, see, Philippines is like a country on its own. There's no borders. You can't walk over or take a bus into another country in the Philippines. It's all islands, and just like where I live on an island, I have to take a ferry, obviously, right? It's the same thing. You see, other Southeast Asian countries, you know, you could do a border run. You could go from Singapore into any country that's nearby, you know, Cambodia, Malaysia, whatever. It's not far. And you could do border runs real easy, but you can't do that in the Philippines. You can't just, you know, take a bus or something over to the border and go take care of your immigration needs. Yeah. Yeah, many countries in Southeast Asia don't have long tourist stays, unlike the Philippines, where you can say, well, they're probably going to change that too. Would it be any surprise? No. They'll probably change that too, to maybe down to a year. On top of the burden of every 2 months that you have to go back. And some people don't live close to any kind of immigration agencies. They got to make trips. It costs them money and hotels and everything else, like I have to do normally. Yeah, it gets expensive after a while. But if you could just do a border run, but you know, what Kevin don't understand, some other people don't run. They're monitoring. Every time he's gone from Thailand to Vietnam back into Philippines, he crosses a border all the time. There's going to come a point they may actually question him. Yeah. And I'm telling you what they're doing now, before I go, and I've been on here a long time. Why don't you consider this my only show today? I've been on here too long. I'll even admit that. They're coming down even stronger on people now. Now those that are coming into this country, here in the Philippines that is, now they're really starting to look at people's backgrounds. Now Heidi got lucky, but they may re-examine her next time she has to go to renew. They might. And you know what Heidi did? I think you're all, you know, I don't want to get into that in great detail. I think you know the story with Heidi with Philippine antics. Even her husband, they both have some kind of record. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I know she does. Very big. Decide to re-examine. So what they're doing, they want to see if you committed any felonies, any serious crimes. We're not talking about civil lawsuits, anything like that. It's irrelevant. But they want to see if you have a track record, a criminal track record, and they're going to start getting into people's business like you've never seen before. Pennywise says, if Ego had so much money, why does he not buy a retirement visa to be able to stay long-term with his family? Well, I don't know. Maybe he has issues in a particular country like Philippines or something. I don't know. I don't know everything. I know a lot, but I don't know everything. Yeah, that's very surprising. Why wouldn't he get? He could certainly afford it, right? Velo says, true. Let's read that again. If Ego had so much money, why does he not buy a long-term, you know, stay with his family, a retirement deal? Thailand has retirement visas too. Yeah, they're all a little different from each other, requirements and all that. But would you really want to tie up 10 grand of your money in an SRRV. I mean, you could touch it, but then you're going to be back to the drawing board again. $10,000 is a lot of money. Some it might not be, but $10,000 is a lot of money. How long is the average American Joe, how long is it to take them to save $10,000 in their accounts? Well, if you didn't know this, it's part of statistics that the average American barely has $1,000 in their account, or they're just overdrawn everywhere, or don't have any money. You know, the 99 percenters. I've read this before and I've heard it before. They don't have much of a bank account. Not everybody has 401s and all kinds of shit, and certificate of deposits and investments and all that shit. Not everybody. The average American does not. Does not. Velo says Cabin begged for money 8 years to go to the Philippines. Yeah, and what happened? He didn't go. Took his money and he ran to buy toys and everything else. Didn't even go to visit his own children. Shame on him. He always comes up with an excuse for that. If anybody says not for ego, that is small change for him. Well, as we gather, and I don't know the whole thing anyway. Velo says, I bet ego is trying to find a clean way to ditch buck teeth. No comment on that either. That's his family business. I'll stay out of it. I'll stay out of it. You're welcome to your own opinions on my show. I always welcome your opinions. It doesn't mean I have to agree with your opinions or follow your opinions. If I do, you know about it and I'll say it, and I have. Finding a clean way to ditch buck teeth. Okay? Just reading your comments, that's all I'm doing. Okay, I gotta go. We've been out here 2 hours and 2.5 hours. That's one of my longer shows I've done. And I haven't accomplished a goddamn thing this morning. So there is something I definitely have to do some paperwork today on something, and I have to make some copies and sign. I gotta do something today, and I gotta work on it. I gotta go to send some money out. I gotta do that this morning. Yeah. I don't want to procrastinate with this. Time is of the essence. So, okay, I got a few things to do. I got plenty of time to do it, actually, but I think I've been on here long enough. Okay, guys, you've been a swell audience. Thanks. We had over 31 at one point, 16 thumbs up. Marvelous show. Brilliant, brilliant show. You guys have spoken your mind, and that's what I expect you to do on my show. I expect nothing less or more. You've been a swell audience. Brilliant people, brilliant people. I do respect your opinions. I don't always agree with your opinions, folks. I want to put that up front. I have my own, and some things I will keep to myself, and some things I will talk about bluntly and openly. Okay, Pennywise, you too have a good day. God bless, whatever. If you're religious, may God bless you. May the wind be back at your back, folks. Remember, folks, I am here because you're there. Although I don't have thousands, you're still there for me. Even the trolls can't stay away from my channel. They must say something. Because maybe I do have something to say. Troll or not, you still listen, don't you? Your opinions are only our own, not Frank's, Pennywise says. Very good, very well put. And I will go with that, and you are correct. Not all your opinions are mine. I want to put that up front. A disclaimer. On this show, not all opinions on this show are mine, or are they shared? Okay, thank you, folks, for having a wonderful rap session this morning. I'm sure Big Kevin will do a show today, or somebody else. I'm reasonably sure. Kevin has been kind of, with all the shows that I did regarding him, I kind of knocked him down a couple of notches, apparently. He don't know what to talk about anymore, but he'll come up with something, guaranteed. No, Kevin does not belong in another country. He made a mistake. Let's leave it at that. Kevin is paying the price. And yes, they do float. Pennywise, they all float. See this machine? We own this machine. And 5 more. Surprise! And there is the market. Kids are playing. I might decide to get some shomai today. You know what? I love shomai, but you got to get it from the right person. They're doing some improvements here in front of the cultural center here. It's actually a nice overcast day. It's not real hot, but it's actually very humid. Very humid. Got to watch it with the phone. I'm not really trying to concentrate on anybody here. I'm trying to do my best to be a model citizen, you know. I try to do my best, but sometimes it don't work here. You know, we're kind of enterprising people, but, you know, not going to tell all. Now, for those that don't believe, how would I have the key to this if I didn't own it? All the money goes in here, and at the end of the month, it's there. Lock her up, and there she goes. Dozy dozy do. See that green light? That means money, 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 money. Is it 5 or 6? I think 5. Might be 6. It's all about the money, money, money. It's all about the money, money, money. Boy, all the school kids that pumped this machine up, man, the location. Damn, brother. Yeah, I think I'm going to probably get some shomai. I don't know, when I'm hungry, and it's really not the healthiest thing in the world, but I do compensate. But the one thing I do as a local food, it's really more Chinese origin, I think, is I like to get the shomai. See the way it works, you have to purchase these machines. And then, of course, you've got to pay for the water. The water. You've got to buy the water bottles. Okay, so there's some expenses involved, but once you pay for the machine, it's just a matter of really just buying the water. Hello, hello, hello. Another person. Oh, my God. Just say there's somebody in trouble out here. There's a woman that's having a number of cases put against her. She could spend a lot of time in jail. Well, anyway, we're heading to the market here. No complete details on that. One day I'll explain exactly what's going on when I'm in a position to do so. But you don't mess around with Bill. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Purple.
Purple yams? You got purple?
Yellow.
Oh, that's yellow. I like the purple inside. The Okinawan. It's the Japanese Okinawan.
How about this yellow? You don't want?
Yellow's okay. You can get that. You know, complex carbohydrates, folks. Just go, how much per kilo? 15 cents per kilo. For
50.
50, 50, Hawaii 50. 50 per kilo. That's the prices, folks. I don't make them up. And we give a little bit out to the dogs, too, with their meals.
So you give.
I don't know about those carrots. It's not the best I've seen. I'm not going to go with them. I'll find another. I got to have some carrot seed as snacks, you know. Let me check. You got money on you? Okay, let me go down here. We need to look for some good carrots. Good carrots. Not some rubbery, leathery things that, you know. I'm looking for good carrots. Nobody's in here. They have carrots, but covered up. I can't go there. Their carrots here are looking pretty sad. I'm not going to buy them. Those are looking sad. Anyway, the carrots they got on the market today is looking pretty sad. They're looking pretty sad. I'm not going to touch them. They're made of rubber. You know, they make a good fucking dildo for somebody who might be interested. But I buy fresh carrots for my friends. Only fresh. Generally, no, we'll buy some oranges, and we'll enjoy the oranges. I'll buy a few apples here and there. Mango, we do make use of it. And avocados, you know, this is much too soft. You see, as you can see, this is not Baguio. And you know, this thing, you can put your finger all the way through, but they still sell it. You know, somebody's bound to buy it, but they're not going to, I'm telling you right now, they're not going to change the price. That's the way it is. There's no bargaining here in the Philippines. There really isn't. They could have the worst produce in the world, and they're going to sell you at a top price, even if the fruit or produce is worthless. That's just the way it is. That's just a fact. I'm not jumping on the Philippines. I'm just telling you how it is out here. Their produce, and, you know, you're not going to get, in a small province, you're not always going to get the freshest material, because where they get their material is, I don't know, next to be throwaways from some other, like in Cologne Market or something like that, in Cebu. Okay, let me tell you a little story. I don't mind really talking about it. No, we didn't do a land deal that went bad, anything like that. Actually, we did a land deal in the past that went very good. People a little bit confused, okay? She's done a little business with somebody in town, known a long time. That's why I say you can't trust everybody. I think everything was going just beautifully. Just brilliant, you know. Brilliant. But then, you know, she kind of overdid it. You know, it happens a lot. Not my girlfriend, but the woman kind of overdid it. You know, she went out, what they usually do, a millionaire for a day, and bought a car, or an SUV, had money down in a condo in Cebu, a pre-sale, the whole 9 yards. And, you know, there's an old business saying, don't spend your own money, right? But, well, she spent everybody else's money, and she certainly did. And here's our stand for some Shomai Statiza. And that's really the story. And yes, I heard people saying, where would they get 2.5 million pesos? Well, we did. We had.
How much?
How much you want to get? I don't know.
8 pesos each.
8 pesos each, that's all?
Yeah.
How about we get 20? 20. Okay. So, long story short, yeah, this girl is like big trouble because, see, we're not the only people. Oh, no. Oh, no. She already was in jail and had to get bailed out, had to pay 30,000 pesos. Now she's being hit up with another thing. My prosecutor, you know, he already, she's practically convicted. I mean, there's going to be a court trial on that. So, you know, we go through with business here. You know, we mean business, you know. So, basically, I don't want no fried chicken or nothing there.
Just talking.
Oh, you're just talking. Okay. Hello, sir. So that's pretty much it. She fucked up on her own. Yeah, she did. She lost her, you know, her pre-sale condo in Cebu and so forth. And, oh my God, she's already went to jail, got bailed out. There's 4 other people that also had dealings with her. And it's under the label of she was writing bad checks. She was, and what do you call that word? Yeah, let's just say she's in trouble. And this woman could get up to 20 years. I'm not kidding. So, like the same thing I say to Barry, cough up, man. Cough up or enjoy your stay. You know, cough up. She's got a lot to worry about. She's got a kid, got a husband who works overseas. And, you know, last thing she want to be is in some goddamn prison. I'll tell you that right now. But you do bad business with somebody, pick the wrong person, man, and your ass is in trouble, mofo. That's the story. There's nothing really more to it than that. We didn't buy no land or nothing like that. It's not a land deal that went sour. And yes, it comes out with interest and everything else for about 2.5. 2.5. And where would Frank and Gilbert get the money to do that? Where do we get the money to do anything, really? Okay? It's not like we're suing people. We're making all this money. Who am I making money from? Nobody. Nobody. You know? Yeah. So, that's kind of where it stands. It's just to straighten that out. Because all this bullshit, where would he get 2.5 million? Well, we did. We had, okay, it wasn't me. Actually, it's her money. Her money. Yeah. It's an estafa deal is what it is for her. She majorly fucked up is what she did. She fucked up with Indians. They're mad at her. They got a powwow going right now. 4 people, prosecutor on her. She don't know what the hell to do. They took her car away. Well, she got it back. She was borrowing money from banks. Owes banks money. Indians money. Well, we weren't dealing no Indians. No, we weren't. She, at some point, was, and owes them money, too. Not my girlfriend, but this woman we're talking about here. So, you do bad dealings, man. This is what happens. So, where are we going now? Go home. So, the question is, will we ever see the money? I don't know. If it means you're getting a lot of years in prison, she may come up with it after all. You know, you got to pay the price of doing business out here, man. Are we going to be at the poorhouse because of this? Of course not. But she's going to get some serious time for staffa and bad check writing and all this shit. And she's worried. Oh, God, she's worried. And she needs to be worried. You know, justice. Real justice. And she's going to pay for it dearly. She messed with the wrong fucking people. Anyway, that's my show. and we're on our way home. I want to enjoy a little bit of that shomai. And what else? Lovely downtown Santa Fe. No beach today. Maybe later on in the day we'll take a walk on the beach for a little exercise. Go sit down in one of the restaurants, have something cool to drink. I think we could probably do that today. I think the kids that are here will join us. Get my steps in. I try to do every day, not necessarily the beach, but whatever I can do. Nice Ranger. I hope you enjoyed the ride. So the thing is, get your facts straight, son. Get your facts straight. A lot of money, yeah, a lot of money. A lot of money that was. Don't take it. Oh, that dog, what does he have in his mouth? Dog had something, a goodie in his mouth. He's walking down or running down the street. The lovely downtown Burbank. Lovely downtown Santa Fe. Santa Fe. Good. Jake. What's up? Oh, had my dinner. Roasted chicken, of course, with sweet potatoes. Oh, yeah. Not fried. Not fried. Watched the movie The Heist or something and realized I already seen the damn, it's a mini-series. I already seen it. You know. Give me the science fiction or disaster movies anytime. Or give me something with some good action figures, but some of them I'll eliminate. Hello, everybody. Hello, John Smith. How are you, sir? I'm very well, thank you. Now I just finished eating my roasted chicken and sweet potatoes. Roasted, not fried. Oh, speaking of that, Kiki. I don't know. Maybe the guy's putting us on. I don't know. He can't be because he is obese, but he's over there and where the hell he is. Showing this used to be an old hotel that had a restaurant, and the hotel shut down, but the restaurant's still there. And he went to get some big greasy meal of how many eggs and bacon. I'm saying, you know, I don't know what to say anymore, man. People just self-inflicting pain on themselves. I mean, they're setting their own future. I don't know, man. It's a very bizarro world. It's still hanging till otherwise. Yeah. I remember on Seinfeld when Elaine said about guys' three-piece sets, whatever. How do you guys walk around with those things? She said. I don't see how you guys walk around with those things. I think that was the episode when Kramer decided to free his boys. He felt free because he wasn't wearing his underwear anymore. He freed his boys. He was really happy about that. He's quite a character if you watched him. Look, he's just an example, and we have a lot of them on here. People just don't care about themselves. When it comes to certainly their eating, their diet. I could talk forever about this. It's never a dull subject on that. It's never a dull subject. It's so much going on out there. Now, if you happen to be overweight, I'm just saying, I'm not going to change my mind. I'm not going to say, oh, that's okay. I'm just saying, if you are, then, you know what you got to do. Okay. Yeah. I mean, for a guy that supposedly maybe needs a heart valve, something, or, I mean, get the hint. Get a clue. And he's talking about, when I die, I'm just going to be cremated. It's cheaper. No, it's not. Cremation is at least 60 to 100,000 pesos or something. I mean, funerals might even cost less. You could probably, it's just people that don't care. You know all the characters are on here. I don't have to mention no names. If they don't care, I don't care. I don't care. Why should I? I mean, I talk about it, but, as far as it goes.
They lead their own lives. I lead mine. Hopefully, more people show up. Well, I'm at a kind of a peculiar time on here, actually. Oh well, it's a shot in the dark when I come on here, you know. Yeah, he's a character. He's definitely a character. There's no question about that. Oh yeah, old Abbo had a show again today, and he was ragging on me and ragging on JLB again. Speaking of somebody that don't know what to do with their life, old Abbo man is having a big problem. He was talking about JLB's failures in business, but you know, Abbo man has had his share too, even with his supposed pizza business in Cebu that folded, and he went and ripped him off of some money. Yeah, Apple Man did that. Yeah, he did. Apple Man did that. He's talking about failed business, but he didn't want to talk about all the money he lost in this Bitcoin shit, you know. I remember when there was a big disaster on that, and he went broke. He went broke. Oh, well, everybody has a story to share, but they don't always share everything. They're too busy talking about somebody else. Yeah. Anyway, nah, I had some other uploads. I didn't even put them on. It wasn't worth. I just put one, had it upload on there. I was downtown or something, you know. Yeah, that's true about the produce markets, though. I honestly don't know where to get their secondhand produce or something, but it's embarrassing as a business to, and in the tourist industry, to come here and see such a poor market. I mean, we got a poor ass produce market here, you know. You know, the fish market's okay. They have some interesting things in there if you're a fish eater, everything from octopus to parrotfish. I mean, you name it, there's, you know, they got a lot of different shit here. But, you know, it's unfortunate that the produce market here in town is the lowest on the scale you could find, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, you might be find good white potatoes. You might be, you know, just certain things you could find. But I was giving an example. I was handling some avocados today. You could put your finger right through it. That's how old and rotten it was. And as I said on my video, if you did hear it, they will sell these things the same fucking prices as if they were just, you know, nice and ripe and good shape and all that. They get away with a lot of shit out here. Well, they try to anyway. Yeah. But yeah, that's the bad thing about here. And of course, if you're gonna buy broccoli, every now and then you might see a crown on there that looks pretty good, but it's not a big crown, and the stem is the heaviest thing on it. It's a big fat fucking stem. So they rip you off every way. You're really buying the weight of the stem, which you're really not going to eat. It's so hard, and you know, it's just, you know, you know, this is what they do. And the carrots I was looking at today, shit, man, they're like rubber. Every now and then they get some really good carrots in, and that's when I'll buy it. Because I also like them as snacks. I actually prefer them raw. Just peel the skin off it and just, you know, make some strips of carrots to eat as a snack, a nice healthy snack. But a lot of the produce you see out here, it's horrible, man. I will say. It's not like I'm trying to really promote my town, but I will say that the produce sucks. And I will say that the best place I have gone to for produce was Baguio. And also up in the Sorrel Mountains outside of Cebu, roadside stands, they had some really good fresh produce. Sorrel Mountain area, that was a good area too. And Cologne Market, you know, you'll get some good stuff there. But if you go to the Bantayan, actually right up the road, really, in Bantayan town, their produce ain't that bad there. That's where we should get it. Fuck every. I mean, I like giving people business, but support my town. But you know, I got to tell you, I'm cost conscious myself. I want to buy the freshest produce I can. And Bantayan, yeah, they have much better, it's bigger too. It's a bigger market. Oh, absolutely. It's huge compared to the Santa Fe. Not like Cologne market, something like that, but yeah, you have a whole lot better. So we'll make another trip up there and get some good produce, and that's important to me. God, what's with this Abo man? He's mad at the world. Sure is. I don't know. And I don't know JLB. I know he's a creep, but JLB has had all kinds of enterprises, and Abo man was attacking JLB on every issue you could think of. You got to give JLB credit that he's a very enterprising person, whether he wrote something or whatever. I mean, he's enterprising, and whether he failed or not, I mean, the guy was making an effort to do things. Jay just sits on his ass with his mother drinking, so and making hateful videos. Yeah. Princess Anne, good evening, good evening. I see Kitschy Kim is still on. She's another one. Here we go again. What is it with this? I don't understand you people sometimes. Kitschy wants to lose some weight, right? She's starting to go to the gym and everything, but then she's showing her on shows where she's eating this highly caloric meal, and better yet, she goes into, I think, a Dunkin' Donut place and showing everybody this donut that she's eating. So, it's like you got to make a choice. What's your choice? Do you want to lose weight or you want to keep on eating? And don't show people that you're eating all these donuts and all this high caloric shit. Then talk about all this health shit on it. It's like people talking about my smoking, And it's kind of the same thing. But we're talking about diet. And as far as diet's concerned, I mean, sure, you can go to the gym, but what are you accomplishing if you just don't control your sugar and carbs and all that? I mean, and the fat. What's the purpose? Like, with Kiki in the Philippines. What's the deal with that guy? Is he just mental or something? I mean, nothing would surprise me on here. Most people on here are mental, but what's with this guy? If he really, truly, I know he went for CAT scans and all that shit. At one point, he did say something about a heart valve thing or something. Yet he's out eating this greasy eggs again with bacon in some rundown restaurant underneath the hotel that is closed down, but the restaurant stayed open. Drake's is called the Old Drake's Hotel. I guess that's in Manila. Drake's, yeah. What's stupid pill or something? Sorry, I'm still trying to figure it out. Why do you think I talk about obesity so much on here? Because it's like the happening thing with all these characters on here, most of them anyway. It's a good topic matter. Never do enough of it. And there's Big Birch. Ever buy a Big Bird, Big Birch? You buy a chicken out here. You want to get the largest one. You say, Big Bird? You got to say it that way, though. Very mechanically. You have Big Bird. Something like an American Native Indian or something. You have Big Bird. Don't talk your English way. Don't say, hey, you have any Big Bird? No. You got to say, you have Big Bird. They understand that. And most of the time, they don't have Big Bird. They have these very young chickens, like the one we ate tonight. You just saw Kiki on another channel, 4 heaping spoonfuls of sugar in his coffee. Seriously? Okay, see, understand, people like that you can't feel sorry for. He's enormously big. I don't know if you've really seen, He's not that tall either. And, his days are over. A few other people on here, too. Their days are over. It's just a matter of time. Why even go? Why even waste the talents of a doctor getting a heart valve thing when he's just going to go back to doing that shit again? It's like when, if you need a new liver, they're not going to give it to an alcoholic. They're not going to give it to somebody to continue drinking. You're not going to get a donor liver. I know a guy I used to work with in Seattle, and he took drugs and shit and drank a lot. His liver was totally fucked up. He had hepatitis really bad. And he was on the list to get a liver till they found out he was drinking again. They said, there's no way. They let him die. And that's what they will do. That's what they will do.
4 heaping spoonfuls of sugar. Then he was buying also Coca-Cola too. How many? There's like 7 or more heaping teaspoons of sugar in a Coca-Cola. If you guys didn't know that. I don't understand, folks. I'm trying to. I'm doing my best to understand the psychology of these people. They're all fucking huge on here. Oh, is Big Kevin killing it today? Because he didn't do a show today. Is he killing it or did he kill himself? But that Abo, man, he's got a problem, man. Yeah, I know about his past. Oh, I know about his past. And with him, his these are not decent people. Let me just tell you that. They're not decent people. Oh, no. Oh, no. He was on another channel, huh? One of these guys fucking alone. You ever see him with a woman? There you go. You ever see Kevin with a woman? There you go. Okay. Did you ever see Fozzie with a real woman? And not Daisy, mate. That wasn't his girlfriend. In case you guys don't understand the situation. He never had a girlfriend out here. Never did. Abo man's IQ is kind of low. Strife is justice. Yeah, apparently. Apparently so. Well, he goes and works out. Why is he still fat? And what's good is working out if you're going to smoke and drink? But he doesn't just smoke. He's a chain smoker. I'm not a chain smoker at all. And I don't drink. He's a chain drinker and a chain smoker. And he's worried about preservatives. He was talking about a big speech about Frank eats a lot of those preservatives. No, I eat a lot of good foods. But I'm not a chain smoker and I don't drink alcohol. And I do a lot of healthy things besides anything that might be considered bad. And he's worried about preservatives. And he's going to work out for what? Work out? Hasn't helped him so far. Yeah, his IQ is kind of low. You know, he's had, through the years, you know how long you've been following all of us out there, but there were a lot of events where he was supposed to meet up with somebody, want to kick somebody's ass. He never met anybody. He came up with excuses. In fact, he did a show today, and I was commenting on his show, and I was hitting him pretty hard. And he found an excuse, and he does this. He's the hit and run Abo man. He found an excuse. Oh, I gotta go do. No, he's on a roll. He ain't going. He will not hang up his channel when he's on a roll about me or somebody or JLB. Because I was really hitting him hard. He said, tell me about these young girls. Tell me about all this. Why don't you tell us? Kept on pushing. And he found an excuse to get off, and he ran away again. See, Abo is known for running away. He'll do what Roberto did. Roberto would put on a show right away, and even just a title, and not even do a show, just to send a message to me to piss me off, or try to anyway. And Abo does the same thing. He'll do a show, and he'll take it off, or he'll say a lot of shit about me, but then I get on his channel. He won't let me come on his panel. He'll never let me get on his panel. He'll see my comments. Sometimes he don't look at the messages. But then he saw that I did some comments on there. And, of course, he started attacking me or talking something about my girlfriend or something. We know what they do, all these losers. They talk about your family or girlfriend. That's how low class they are. And then he just, I got to go. And he closed down his channel. But the chat was on for about a good 5 minutes after that, after he kind of hung it up. Abo man cannot form a stable relationship, and nothing that I know in his history. I've been around for a decade on YouTube, and I don't remember him ever having a real bona fide girlfriend. I do, however, remember when he did some shows and he had these young girls over there. He had about 3 of them over the house, getting them all liquored up and stuff, And he was saying on the side, like laughing and everything about the girls, they're only good for this, they're only good for that. Oh yeah, he was knocking them. He was knocking Filipinos left and right and left. Yeah. Big Bert says, I also went to Big Cabin's 5 minutes after you ran him off. Oh, did Big Cabin have a show today? I didn't realize he did. Big Cabin will usually come in there and say something.
Yeah, I ran Jay off his channels what I did. What a fucking pussy this guy is. What a fucking Aussie pussy. They do so much to embarrass themselves. Oh God, is it raining again? This has got to be, I don't know. If it's not the rainiest season, it's got to be up there with it because we've been getting rain left and right for several months. Oh, Abba went to Big Kevin's, what you said. 5 minutes. Oh, so Kevin had a show after Abbo? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I didn't notice it, though. Well, I've been running around today, so I don't know whether he did or not. I actually unsubscribed from Kevin's show, so I really don't know when he has a show on. Yeah, I actually did. He's got nothing important to say, and the same old crap. He's killing it when he's just, doing absolutely nothing. I should visit him, actually. Nice to see his reaction. Talk is cheap, my friends. Talk is cheap. All keyboard warriors and losers. Oh, they were sure coming down today. I did a show. They were really coming down on Big Ego, big time, man. I had to kind of calm down my viewers a little bit. They were really coming down on him and his family and everything. Had to calm them down. Had to watch everything I said, though. Had to watch every word I said to be careful, But they were really on the attack of the big head ego. Big time. They didn't have anything good to say about anybody, him or his family. I said, calm down, folks. I said, I'm not even going to respond to what you just wrote. Oh, yeah, he'll run the big cabin. Everybody's looking for a platform to get on and voice out their miserable life. Kevin was on minutes after Abel ran away. Oh, I wasn't aware. Did he take off his shows? It's still on there. How do you feel about these people? Do you, it's an honest question. Do you feel sorry for any of these people? And be honest. And if you do, that's fine. And tell me why you feel sorry for them. What do you not feel sorry for them and why? It's an honest question. Yeah. Barry's been really quiet, but I think he goes on under a different name. I think he's still using his phone. He gets permission, but I think he's on there under a different name. Because there's no way in the world you're going to keep Barry from getting on YouTube, and he'll go under a sock account name. I'm sure he's out there. You just don't know it's him. He could be one of you people on my show, too, so, I keep that in mind also. Yeah, Abozo, if you know anything about him at all, what are you going to do? Him and Barry were going to form, what is that, the Mega Towers or something? And it was for all the YouTubers who want to get laid, and they would have women coming in there. They're going to make a hotel. What was it called? The Mega Towers or something? Correct me on that. It's been a while. Yeah, I'm serious. What was it? Mega Towers? Something like that. Oh, yeah, they would have put money together for a hotel. Yeah, right. With what money? Yeah, I don't know. Abbo screwed up a business partner, and I guess this lame brain pizza business didn't go Abbo's way, as most things don't. Yeah. Then he ripped them off and ran away. He stole, was it $3,000 or was 3,000 pesos? One or the other, yeah. Big Birch, there you are. You're in Thailand. We don't have wimps like Abbo. Can't feel sorry for the loser. Well, you got Kevin out there. He's in Thailand. There's another loser. Why don't you go visit him? He's on Soy 7. He's on Soy 7. Go visit him. Yeah, Soy 7. Why do they call these roads soy? Do you like soy sauce? Why are they calling them soy? Soy 1, 2, 3, 7. What is this thing with soy? Oh, MGTOW. Okay, yeah, thank you, Big Birch. You got to be somebody I know under a different name. MGTOW. Yeah. And wasn't that Jay and Barry that wanted to do that? Or was a Philippines trucker supposed to be involved with this too? Men going their own way. Yeah, there you go. They don't know where they're going. They're chasing their tails. Fozzie was going to set up a church at this old church, and with the help of a few choice people, it was going to be a place of ill repute. I don't know if you guys knew about this. The old church, they wanted to fix it up. And they were going to advertise, and Barry wanted to get involved with that. And they were going to advertise to get all these young women to come there. And what they were going to do was pawn off these women on all the foreigners. Oh, yeah, it was a church of ill repute. Yeah, they, really, seriously. Fazio was planning that. I think he was serious about it, too. There's a couple of people involved, Barry, and I don't know who else was involved. It's been a long time. But they actually wanted to, pardon me, they actually, they actually wanted to use this church. A church of ill repute. Serious shit. This is the fucking losers we have on here, man. It's for real. You can't make this shit. I mean, you could, but but I'm not making any of this shit up. Yeah, the whole idea was to get. Okay, they were going to have women, young women there. This was the story. They were going to have underage women there, and they were going to advertise this place so that the male tourists would come to Bohol in that town to choose women to date, and they would charge them a certain fee. In other words, it was a prostitute operation is what it was, with young women. And I know a few people who would have been the first over there, I'll tell you that. Oh, I know. Oh, believe me, I know. They'd be the first in line. Reserve me a ticket. Yeah, they were actually planning that with low-class scumbags these guys were. They didn't respect Filipinos at all. Fazio didn't. Abo Man don't respect Filipinos at all. At all. Brevis doesn't respect Filipinos. None of them really do, the way they treat them. They want to be in control of the Filipinos' life. If you don't do what I want, you don't get no money. You can't do this. You can't go on a trip with me. Or if you don't listen to what I say and do what I want. There's a lot of that going on, man. It's terrible. I mean, a lot of females are really being used in this country. It's horrible. It's horrible. Oh, then I heard more arguments today. We got one group of people, I don't know, was it Paul's show? Who was it? Oh, Mike's Philippines Retirement, actually, I think. He's saying, no, not this. There's actually more tourists coming in here, but maybe not coming here to live, maybe. Well, that's true, that part. But no, he came up with a list. I think it was on Mike's Philippines Retirement. On the list of 1 to 20 or something on countries that tourists want to come to and retire. Philippines was all the way like number 18, 20 being the worst. The Philippines was number 18. And here's another excuse. Here's a good one. Here's another excuse I'm hearing with Ricky and people. Oh yeah, the Philippines is dead. The big ego head is saying that too. Oh yeah, the Philippines died. Philippines is just the same. You got the same women there doing the same things. There are pretty ones, fat ones, skinny ones, ugly ones, gorgeous ones. A lot of these people are saying that because no, they can no longer be in the Philippines for some reason. Or they just weren't scoring, man. Ricky knocks Philippines all the time, but then when he doesn't get any action in Thailand, he starts knocking Thailand. He says it's over. Ricky says it's over for expats. That's what he says. No, because he can't get them. Why do you think he has Apple with him? Because she's a sure deal. She's a sure deal. That's why he only has Apple. He'll treat her real good, buy her dinner, all that, whatever she requires for the companionship. Oh, yeah. Of course she's going to come back and hang with him. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't, I mean, not like Ricky was a great choice. I don't mean it that way. If some guy is willing to spend all this freaking money on you, you're going to refuse it? Free dinners, free this, free that, free iPhones, all shit like that. Why would you pass that up? Why in the world would you pass that up? And she don't pass that up. So that's when Ricky usually goes into these speeches. You'll know he's not getting no action when he goes into the speech. It's all died with women. They're all going for the younger guys with the money, and they don't want any of the older guys anymore. No, it's because, I mean, look at Ricky. Or look at Kevin. Do you have to figure out why? Anyway, it looks like Ricky manicured his toupee or whatever he has on his head. A little better looking. Yeah. There's a lot to fix up to on his face, like a new nose or something and whatever. And lose weight, of course. I don't know. Some people say it's not a toupee. I'm still not sure yet. I think he's bald. I don't know. I just think he's bald. I think he just wears certain toupees. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. But this time, it's the only time that what's on his head looks half decent. Whatever it is, his comb back is all hanging on his forehead like Mo from the Three Stooges. He's, and he can't get rid of the Fred Flintstone image, though. And that's something he can't get rid of. So what's up? You guys are not talking, man? You let me just hang in there? You lose my oxygen here? You gonna leave me hanging, brothers? Just a few comments now and then? Shame on you, man. That makes me want to get off, and I'm probably gonna have to do that anyway. But yeah, we got some ice cream cones floating by the screen too. I think there's a lot of trolls in here that want to talk so bad, but they're afraid to. I got rid of a few people that are blocked now. Brevis, I don't see his comments. I don't see Don C anymore on anybody's show. I don't see, who else was that? Certainly Jay's been blocked. There's a number of people that I blocked, and I don't have to ever see their comments, not even on another channel. So if they're throwing insults to me, I'll never see them. They don't like that, but oh well, what can I tell you? Life's tough. Yeah. The whole idea is they want me to see their comments about me. Oh, and of course, which is really Warren, I guess. Chubba Wubba is Cebu. Let me see, this is another name for Chris and Cebu. Chris Cebu, I think, is actually Chubba Wubba. Well, I had somebody in mind, I know, because I've seen their name on the same thing, and it's the same person. Now, they try to hide who they are, but then, they see the same person under another name talking the same way and doing all this shit. Yeah, it's. And then Timmy is trying to kiss everybody's ass. The motherfucker still writes me emails. They all go to my spam folder, though. And he's sending me, like, clips from movies. It's like I give a shit about this guy. He could be one of the loneliest people on there because I think this guy has some intelligence because a few times he talked very intelligent. Another times he sounded like a dumb shit. But I'm like his imaginary friend. Hey, guys, I'm being serious about this. It's like I'm his imaginary. He sees me as a friend or a father figure or something. I don't know what. But he still writes me when I told him I'm not interested. I'm not reading your emails. I'm putting it to the spam folder, which I did. And I went to check the spam folder for the hell of it. I didn't even read anything. I just seen he had a link. And I didn't even respond back to him, and I'm not responding back to him. He's getting upset with that, too. Because he wants my attention. I'm telling you, man, we got some strange sorts on here, man. Proving that. It's, this genre speaks for itself. Look at all the characters we have. Popeye, Nico, they're all sick. Don C. We got the big ego. We got all these people on here. Kevin, they're like really, really, really mental cases by their own demonstration. Yeah, Chris Cotto, that's the one. No, Chris Cotto is Chubba. That's the one. Chris Cotto. It's the same. Chris Cotto is Chubba. If guys didn't know that, that's who it is. Same person. Under different sock account. See, this is what I was talking about. You don't have a whole shitload of haters against me out there. You just got the same haters that are going into sock accounts when they come on somebody's show and they want to comment. I figured that out a long time ago. Yeah. Under some other names too. But so you know what's going on in these, these other channels. It's not a shitload of people attacking me. It's just not even a handful of people. And they're going into sock accounts. So it looks like there's more people. There's different names. Not as bad as it looks, folks. It's not as bad as it looks. Same people. And you'll get people. Yeah, Chubba Rusty was original in the Thai genre. Well, I never go into that Thai stuff, I might eat some Thai food. So I haven't eaten that in a long time. We have a Thai restaurant in town. I've yet to try it yet. I'm not really supposed to be eating really spicy foods, but I want to try. See what the hell they have and try one of their meals. AKA Chubby Cox. Yes, actually. You're right. Yep. Oh, you guys more know more. So's Big Birch. Big Bird. You gotta say Big Bird. Big Birch. I know you're a troll, going to a different name, trying to be friendly. Look, I know most of you are. I just want to explain something, you guys. I'm not stupid. You guys go into different names so you can converse with me. I know you're trolls. I may not know exactly who you are, but you know that's the only way you come on my show. Now, one of the person who does it a lot is Jerry the Fairy. Jerry the Fairy comes on my show all the time, but he goes under different names. That's a fact. And I know that to be a fact because he knows he's been blocked. He's always telling me to, unblock him. So in the past, he's gotten on my show under different names, so I found out it was him. Chubby Cox was Ricky's sidekick way back. Yeah. So hopefully everybody's doing well out there, as if I fucking care. But, I'm trying to be nice. But I'm just letting you know, I know you're trolls. Every one of you. But you're being kind on my channel, that's why I allow you to talk. Okay? Follow me? I know you're trolls. And I got 14 people watching, and I know probably 14 trolls on here. But see, they're watching, or listening. That's the whole thing. That's the beauty of this. They can't keep away from my shows. I got an instant audience, no matter what. We had a pretty good show this morning. I think I had 27 out, or 31 actually today at one point, with 17 thumbs up, and that was pretty good for me for a while. Yup. So, why do you come on my show? And why do you feel you have to talk to me if you're a troll? That's what I want to know, Big Birch and anybody else on here. If you're not a troll, you can come under your real name and have a real dialogue. But when I see nobody has a real picture on here, I'm automatically going to say you're a troll. And I'm automatically going to say that you have something to hide. So what I'm going to have to do is kind of cruel. Because I know you're a troll. And I have no problem blocking you. When people start using their pictures, then maybe I'll start adding more people on. I just don't want to deal with this. Come on and be honest. Okay, show who you are. Put some picture on your little icon there, your profile picture. And it'll all be good. There's my 13 original on here. It's still raining? I think it is. Cavite stuff. Maximus is always on here too. He's Pennywise. You think Pennywise is Maximus? Well, look, nothing would surprise me. I'll take your word. No, they haven't caused any trouble, but I don't mind blocking. I'll block everybody. I don't have to let anybody. I can just take the comments off my live. I'm just waiting to see if somebody has something worthwhile to say, so I don't get bored out of my fucking skull. someone has a little bit of intellect. I don't mind doing a monologue because when I did uploads, that's exactly what I was doing. It was a monologue. What's the difference? Maximus Pennywise is harmless, not a malicious troll. Yeah, I've got that feeling. Get that feeling anymore. I haven't been following politics. What's going on with the war with Iran and Israel? I don't know. I know the flooding in Texas. A lot more on the death toll. People weren't warned. Their warning system. A lot of people are pointing fingers, and rightfully so. You know, here's the thing. If you're going to be living downhill of a fucking river, okay, and you've known in the past that that river can swell up and cause a problem, it's your fault. It's your fault. Just like if you build on a cliff right on the ocean, or you're going to build a house right on the ocean, that's your stupidness. Say, I got oceanfront property. Well, a lot of people had oceanfront property until the tsunami came in, or a big storm, and destroyed their house. It just looks good to the people they know. I got a house on the ocean. You know what? You got property on the ocean anytime you want. Just go to the beach. You don't have to pay for real estate on the ocean. The beach is free. Most of them here anyway. Go to the beach. You don't have to buy real estate on the beach, you cowards, you fools, you idiots. Not cowards, but in this situation, but, go to the beach. You know how many homeless people call their home on the beach? Los Angeles, Seattle, all these places, Hawaii. They go on the beach. Free real estate. Free. Instead of spending millions to have oceanfront property. Don't make any sense. Oh, I've seen a lot of lovely beachfront properties. Say, man, you die for that, man. But you might die, period. You get caught in a bad storm. And guess what? People out here in the Philippines don't have house insurance. I never heard of anybody having house insurance. I'm not even sure there's a market for housing insurance. Maybe a commercial business or something like that, But I don't know if there's actually house insurance out here. Nobody owns a house. No, not even us. We don't have any house insurance. However, as it was in Hawaii, as I remember, if you had a mortgage going on the house, then you needed, it was mandatory that you have house insurance. Mandatory. Yeah. Mandatory. Couldn't get away with it. In fact, the part of the Big Island I live in, Hawaii, they never got any bad storms there historically for 200 years or whatever. Because it was called Hawaii, it was on an island, they made you get this very expensive hurricane insurance that if you neglected to have it, they would, penalize you or something. You had to have it. Not just the regular insurance for fire and all that shit, but you had to have hurricane insurance. If you go back in history, on the Big Island anyway, we've had hurricanes pass through there, but they weren't terribly powerful. Of course, they took a few trees down, but you just didn't have that many. And it was never really devastating on a Big Island with that. The lava was a devastating thing. And that would go into fire insurance for people who had homes, if they, which, you have to have that coverage. All right. Well, I think I'm not going to do these long shows anymore. But I feel I've said enough and whatever. Then it's time to go and relax the rest of the night, watch the boob tube if I can find something new and refreshing. Sometimes I don't mind watching some. They did a good documentary on Pompeii. You guys have to watch that on Pompeii and the history of Pompeii, what happened with the volcano there. Yeah, pretty incredible how big this city was, guys. You got to see this thing, what they uncovered and how much they haven't, and some of the things they found, and it's just amazing. I love stuff like that. Howard would love to walk there in Pompeii and his writings, you know. Oh man, that's the kind of stuff I like. Walking, I like to walk into history. Like in Seattle, it was too bad because I don't know if a lot of you people know that it's sort of like San Francisco. It was actually built over the big fire in Seattle. And there's an underground city there. And there's a lot of areas, well, that are closed up, but you can see those little, you know, the glass blocks you see on the sidewalks? It brings light. There's a reason for that. There was original sidewalks. Because there were stores and shit under there. And also they had the underground tours in Seattle, but it doesn't take you go anywhere. You might see a couple of toilets that were kind of they were kind of raised up and had a chain. You didn't see too much. But I was working on a demolition job in an old store, and they have a parking spot. You know, the garbage truck would come in and take the canister. You know, anyway, the truck came in, and the pressure gave out right on top of where the underground stores are. You know, and what happened? Why did they open this window and the fucking mosquitoes come in? What the fuck? Okay, so the wheel went right through it. I wish I could have gone down there. It was interesting. I could look down and I could see there was like a little store with bottles. There was calendars on the wall. Man, that's the kind of shit I like to see. You want to get me excited about something? That's the kind. Walk it into history. No matter where I've ever gone, I love old architecture. I love these old buildings because they if they could talk, they would say so many stories. They talk about a lot. There'd be a lot of history, births, deaths, and all that stuff. You know. Oh, you can't beat that shit with a stick, man. That's the kind of stuff I like. Yeah. Something that's been standing around. Look at these old trees, the old redwoods and different trees that have been around for thousands of years. Can you imagine that? If they had eyes and they could talk and stuff, the things they've seen, the revolution, everything. It's just amazing shit, man. I was never a history major. Oh, through the years, I got really interested in that stuff. The old churches, not that I'm religious, but I just love old structures. Even I was up in Baguio, there was a couple of interesting structures up there. I actually got a compliment from Big E. That's the kind of stuff you should be doing, Frank. Like I need his approval, right? I've seen these like mansions that, and there's a guy that does a show, and this guy, where he gets his money, but I guess, I don't know, man, where people get their money. This guy travels all over the world. Old castles that are abandoned, Hollywood stars' houses that they abandoned, mansions, I'm telling you, and a lot of them had furnishings in it too. Valuable furnishings, chandeliers, valuable carved doors, and unbelievable. So I'm thinking to myself, come on, somebody's got to be watching that place, okay? Because, you know, thieves would, that's be the first place they'd go to. They'd be ripping down and salvage people. They'd be ripping down to take the copper out of there, expensive antique chandeliers, doors, you name it. I seen this guy's, there was this castle, and I forgot what country. Filthy as shit, though. The woman was still living in it, man. She was living in it. And she had hired some people to do some cleaning. The carpets were original. So filthy. Everything was so fucking filthy. She was living in this place. And she lived in there a long time. I don't know if she was a squatter, it was her relative's I don't know. I've seen such gorgeous structures that, you know, they were fit for a king, and some of them were, that are still standing. That's why, you know, Scotland and places like that would be interesting for me. Really incredible stuff. That's what I like. Hell, I've even been to a couple of mansions in Seattle. They have a tour thing there on Capitol Hill in Seattle. And that's where a lot of the rich people settled when they came into Seattle. And besides Ballard and people from Norway coming in, they settled in Ballard area. But then there was the rich that was up in Capitol Hill, Beacon Hill, First Hill, and places like that. And you should have seen how ornate. It's kind of like you remember on Frasier, and Frasier's brother lived in a house with the wife that he really didn't get along with, Niall. And this beautiful, what you seen in there is real. I don't know if they actually did some footage from a place in Seattle. It's quite possible. Disney, Nancy Wilson and her sister, they set up their mother anyway, but they used to at one time live in the Seattle area, and they had a little mansion up in the hill. If their mother lives there, if she's still alive, but I know she did. Let me tell you, these places are beautiful. They even got what looks like those velvet chairs, like a king's chair with red velvet or blue velvet, and you got to see this shit, man. I got to see some of that, but not enough, just not enough. That's where I kind of get mad at myself about the travel shit, that I really haven't traveled a lot. That's why I get upset with myself that, I just was never like a big traveler, And there was a time when I never had money, and there was a time I couldn't do that. But, I traveled to see some of these gorgeous places that I may not ever see. I don't know. My lifetime, I don't know. I don't know if that's even possible. But I will tell you, I love that kind of stuff. The more I could see, the better. It's like walking in a place that's been around for hundreds, if not 1,000 years. Walking in a place like that, the history that's behind that, that's the kind of stuff I like. So I watched this guy's show, and I'm like, I don't know, what's going on here, really? First of all, he got permission to be in there from who? Okay, because it wasn't really locked up and boarded. How the hell was this guy going to get in there? How the hell get permission? And there were loose things in there. There were some places there was clothing. And the real rich, modern day rich people who lived in there, you could see old boxes and stuff from the most expensive, clothing outfits, and it's just amazing. Yeah, there are some people out there living high on a horse, man, and buoy for them, I guess. No, never had that kind of a rich life and never will. But who needs a fucking place that big? It's all for show, you know that. It's all for show. Well, you guys are not talking much here. You're boring me. If I want to do a monologue, I'd do an upload. So if you guys are not going to talk anymore, I'll just turn the channel back to the uploads. I mean, seriously, it just gets boring for me. This is not Big Kevin's show, it's Frank's show. There's a big difference, okay? I don't invite trolls on here. They come on their own and they just hide under different names. But the reason people don't talk is because I do have trolls on here. But if you guys are not going to talk, then we'll just turn this channel back into uploads. I started doing that already, haven't I? I didn't lie about that. Sometimes you don't mind having a little dialogue. But as I said, this is not Big Cabin's show. He gets dialogue because everybody in his show, they're openly trolls. They admit it. They know he knows who they are. That's why he has anybody coming on his show at all, is because they're trolls. The average person that's not a troll would not go on Kevin's show. They simply would. Jay hardly has anybody coming to his show. That's for sure. No question about that. But if you guys are not going to talk on here, then, we might have to change things around in a more permanent way. No, I'm being serious. I like a little dialogue if I'm going to go live. I go live to have a little dialogue. If I'm not going to have any dialogue, then I'll just do uploads and remove the comment section. You're doing it, not me. I'm just saying. Speak now, forever hold your peace. I know a lot of you like to make comments now and then, but seriously, if you're not going to have dialogue in this show, just go to Kevin's, man. Say whatever you want. Frank blocked me on the show. Jump the fence like everybody else does. Don't send me no fucking hearts. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do that. It doesn't make any sense to do any live shows. Unless something really big. Well, I'll tell you what. Today, and this is one of the reasons I do live shows. Today, now I had that little piece. I was downtown today. And I don't know. I got rid of a lot of videos. I did a lot of things to clean up my space on here on this phone. But it took several hours just to upload that one video you seen. I was downtown Santa Fe today, the market and some other things. It took me several hours to upload that. It's not a very long video. Several hours it took me. That's why I would come on and do lives, because I didn't want to have to wait for a long upload. Yeah, that's the only reason. And I got rid of a lot of crap on this phone, even screenshots that I never use. Just kept the important stuff, you know. That's what I did. And a couple of hours, 3 hours to upload, it wasn't a lot of space taken up. And I'm thinking, am I using up all my memory on the phone? And no, I'm not. Even got rid of a heavy duty amount of stuff I got rid of. I don't know, who are you? Tell me who you really are. Willie Nilly? Willie Nelson? What's up? I don't know. I don't even know who you are. It's a very specialized channel, you understand here. You're an unknown. Then so is everybody else on here. Join the crowd, right? Okay, we still have 15, but I think we're going to have to go here. I got enough people to continue a show, but I'm getting bored. So I guess you guys kind of made that choice for yourselves. Well, actually, going back to what I said, they're all trolls. They're not going to introduce themselves. Well, this is really Peckerwood or somebody, you know. They're not going to do that. Or Kevin or somebody. Or Jerry the Fairy, who always goes under some other name just to get on my show. He gets mad when I block him. Everybody gets mad at me when I block them. That's my show. I never have that many views to begin with. It don't matter. They're still going to come. They're not going to be able to, you know. Pennywise, someone said that you're Maximus. Okay, I'm back. I had to get something to eat. Seems Cavite Stuffer is slandering my name on here. Yes, he is. I got rid of him anyway, I believe. No, I did. Cavite Stuffer. I'll get rid of him just for you, Pennywise, because I know you at least. Well, I probably don't really know you, really. But we'll get rid of him. How dare you insult my trolls on here. Cavite Stuffer. Well, you know what I did? Let me tell you what I did today. Some of the biggest trolls that they want me to see their comments on the Copycat or Kevin show. So what I did today, and I did that today, actually. Some of the biggest commenters on there, they're always trying to knock me, and they want me to see what they have to say. I just got rid of them. They're all blocked. They're all blocked. Oh, I do it for you, Pennywise. You're special. Well, you like good banter, then you're a fan of Big Kevin's, you know. Well, that's the point here, too. There's not that much banter going on here. That's why I said I'm just better off doing the uploads, because I come on here live to have dialogue. And when there's not much dialogue, then just do an upload. What's the difference, you know? Willie says, good idea to block those who malign you. I don't even know who you are. Oh, I'm always maligned. That means I have to block everybody. No, but most people who come to my show, I know who they are, exactly who they are. We got 15 viewing, and I can guarantee you, I know a lot of them who they are. Pennywise says, why block them? You want to see what others are saying about. And I don't care. Why? Saying about you so you know what's being said. Hey, look, if something was important enough, somebody was saying about me or something going on, somebody will write me or something. I get emails all the time from people. Did you hear what somebody said on somebody's show? And I'll sometimes say, no, I don't, because I not subscribed to the show or whatever. Just like the Frank Battaglia replays. I'm not even going there anymore. It defeats the purpose of why they put that on. So, and because I leave on most of my shows, they're just copying something that's already on my show, my original material. Just treat the trolling as water off the duck's back. Why bother, man? Do you see me making money on here? I'm not making no money on this show. I'm not monetized. Do you think I really give a rat's ass? What, 15 viewers, 31 viewers? That's something to write mom home about? Come on, it's a small show. If I got thousands of viewers, I mean, that's a different story. I'd be monetized up the ass. Wouldn't you? No matter what. But there's actually been some big-time YouTubers that just canned it, man. They just canned it. The money was not that important. It came to a point where the money was just not that important anymore. They were getting threats and this and that. Who needs that? See, here's the thing about YouTube and social media, any social media. When you get too damn popular, all right, you could benefit financially, certainly. And some people really know how to market themselves, like 8 Miles from Home, and that's just one example, but they know how to market themselves very, very well. And they do a great job of it. But what happens when you get a really big channel, there's some bad things that happen. People get jealous and envious of you because you're making money. You might get threats to your children. It's really not worth it to most people, not even the money. Peace of mind is better. Yeah. Money's not everything. Well, it's something, but not, you have to, that you're forced. Most of these people are small timers, Paul and all these people that are on here, Mike and Mike's Philippines Retirement, all these people, they're just, small timers. They're making a few bucks per month, but they're not getting rich off YouTube, guarantee you that. But they all make enemies too. So you got to ask yourself, unless you're really in dire straits financially, do you really need to go through all that crap to do a show? See, what happens is you get committed. It's like you're in prison. You can't get out of it because, and you got to do shows every day, even if though you repeat the same shit every day. You got to give your audience something to listen to because, all this shit about algorithms and all that crap. Algorithms, Jesus. I only heard of algorithms how many years ago? Not certainly applied to social media. Algorithms. I guess your body has algorithms too, but point being is that a lot of people, Ren Zero was overwhelmed for a while. And he was being attacked left and right. He decided to get the fuck off. He was very popular. And him and his girlfriend, they were making decent money. People were sending him gifts like you wouldn't believe. That's why she gained weight, because she was eating all the candies and sugar. People were sending him boxes of chocolates. He got himself free drones, laptops, phones. When people really, worship somebody's show or the people running it, they could open up a merchandise store. For real. They got so much shit from people, man. But then you see, the problem is it becomes an obligation. It becomes an obligation. That's when it's not fun anymore. Like, I almost feel like I have an obligation to come on and talk about shit on here, too. Sometimes I feel that way, too. That you've been listening to me for such a long time. If I just cut off YouTube,
There'll be a lot of people that are Jonesins. Be some people that'll be happy. The fact is, they don't want me off YouTube. That's the last thing they want. They don't want to see me be struck out. They don't want to see me voluntarily get off YouTube. They don't. Because they know I'm very current. I do shows every single day and multiple. They need something to talk about. And if I wasn't here, there you go. Oh, his pirate ship. Yeah. Oh, that was rich, man. You know, his girlfriend's family talked him into that. That was actually her cousins that were building the boat. And they made a claim that, Renzier was mad because he had to spend a lot more money because he didn't want to build a boat that size, supposedly, But the cousins already, they went and work on it, and it's too late for him to turn back on it. He wound up selling it. Do you remember when right in the middle of open water, they crashed into another boat, a bonka boat? How in the world is that even possible unless you're fucking stewed out of your mind? And they drank like a fish on that boat. What do you have, a little pirate flag on there or something too? They actually, not a bad crash, they kind of bumped into a whole nother boat. How do you do that? There's not many boats in the water. How do you possibly even do that in open water? How is that even possible? But he managed, Renzier managed to. Isn't that crazy? Kevin's stream is showing pics of his big-headed ladyboy-looking friend. Oh, is he doing another show now or what? God, she did have a big head. Or Jolly Roger flag on the boat. It was a Jolly Roger flag. Oh, he was a character, man. But we need characters like him to be back. We need characters like him. And Kristen Sabu. Man, I miss Kristen Sabu. The one person I miss on here is Kristen Sabu. Oh, he was a wild one on Discord. Oh, you have no idea what I found out. He was behind a lot of shit that went on YouTube. Never mind a friendly Chris that walks around Fuente Circle, like the friendly, unassuming gentleman type of guy, doing very innocent videos around his walks. Oh, no. Chris was hell on wheels on Discord, I found out. Oh, from 2 hours ago. He was showing pictures of her again? Why would he do that? Oh, I understand if the chick was good looking or was a real woman, but why would he do that? Is he that bad off? Damn. If anybody says Kevin is explaining why it looks like the lady boyfriend has a bigger head, he was trying to explain that off. Oh God, I wish I was live hearing that one. He was trying to, really? How did he do that? How do you explain that off? Why it looks like, what are you going to say, the angle of the camera or something? The juxtaposition of, what was his excuse? That is a ladyboy. I don't care what anybody says. That was a ladyboy. Has Kevin stooped down to that shit? That bad? Yeah, I know. Side by Side. I know that one. It's huge. I got it on here somewhere. I don't think I have it on this immediate to see here, but I don't think so. Green screen. Oh, everything's... Oh, I don't got that anymore. I got rid of a lot of shit on here. Okay, up angles, and his head is sort of behind hers. Yeah, I think that's the one he's been using. Yeah, I got rid of a lot of shit off this phone today. I kept the important stuff, of course, important pictures, important screenshots, important videos. But there's a lot of shit on there that I got rid of too. Just free up a little memory on my phone here. Sorry, I'm not on my laptop. I get lazy sometimes. The phone comes in handy just for quick shit, but All right, I've done enough shows today. My last upload was several hours ago. People don't believe that we are enterprising people here, even in the smallest ways. Our head is like 1.5 times bigger than Kevin. Well, it seems that way. Well, he'll blame it on the angle, and of course he will. God, it's sad to be that guy. It would be so sad to be him. Why did he even move out of the country, man? He made a huge mistake, man.
A huge mistake. And he's planning to go back. He's trying to get it squared off with his aunt because she don't want him to come back. She's probably already using the room as a storage room. She don't want him to come back and suck off their meals and everything else over there. He ate him out of house and home. She was glad to see him leave. Well, I think he was supposed to give her a few $100 a month, though. But his aunt seemingly has a lot. Do you see that property? Not that the house was fancy. The house wasn't that fancy, but it was on a good spread of land with the pond over there, the little lake. Yeah, I'm sure that wasn't cheap. Sounds like his aunt has money. He didn't, but his aunt has money. She didn't need his little paltry, couple $100 a month. Pennywise says, funny he is trying to explain the discrepancy in head sizes. I bet that would. I'd have to listen to this, man. I'll go back later on. I'll make some time, and this show is still on. I'll just scroll through it a little bit, just to hear that part anyway. I would, love to hear his explanation of that. That is funny. Discrepancy in head sizes. How about belly sizes, Kevin? He's not really still fat, The unfortunate thing about all he did was he's starting to gain back weight again. How unfortunate is that after all the shit he went through? Well, he got his free trip to another country from the big head, Big E, so there you go. He's got them buying him lunch and dinners all the time. He knows what he's doing. The guy may have had some brain damage. When it comes to money, he knows exactly what he's doing. With that being said, man, I got to go, but I'll keep this on. We're not taking this off. I have no reason. I want to thank you for showing up here. Maybe we'll do another show in the morning. Let's see. Yeah, I could do that probably. Wait a minute. I don't know. Let's see. Check around the 40-minute timestamp. Okay, thanks for that. Saved me a lot of time. Yeah, we'll find it later on. Not now. I want to see a movie, but okay, I gotta discuss this with you on this because I'm thinking of just instead of going back and forth and just make up my mind and do the uploads. I really don't have a real lot of dialogue on it. The other night or today, I had a lot of dialogue today, but sometimes I don't. And if I'm not going to have a lot of dialogue, it's not worth doing live streams. The whole idea of a live stream is you're going to have a lot of dialogue. I mean, get my point? Yeah. Of course they float, Pennywise. You know that. I know that. Some of them are floating in hell or wherever they might be. Grim Reaper's at their fucking door. Loser's back. Yeah, he said, Frank, you should know your head looks bigger than his because she's in front of him and you know photography. Yeah, well, I do know photography. And I looked at the picture and I know the picture. No, it's not like her head was all the way out front. It wasn't. It's just like there was when Jay was visiting Barry in Mandawi, and made Jay, when he's in the foreground, look a lot bigger than Barry, and he wasn't, because Jay actually might be Barry's same size. What's in the foreground will appear bigger. Now, her head in that picture, what, an inch or two maybe beyond his shoulder, that's not going to make a difference. And I got a degree to prove that. Okay. I worked at all kinds of lenses, from fisheye all the way to telephoto and so forth and in between. I know about depth of field and all that shit. No, her head was big, baby. It was big. Her head is big even when he showed her by herself. That's a shame. No need to edit. I don't do no editing on here, you know that. When do I do editing? I don't even play music anymore. I had CapCut, but I don't know what happened to that. It really came in handy, and I tried doing it again, and I couldn't get it to work. I don't know what the deal is with that. I have to remove it and add it or find another program. Because sometimes I like to do an upload with just music on it. Talking, just music. Could be scenery, whatever it might be. Get a different message out rather than me having to narrate. Sometimes I enjoy doing something with just music, and even having a little music in the background while I talk, have a good balance between the music and my speech, and my narration. I like stuff like that, so I got to look into that again. He showed solo pics of her, and her head was okay, like a watermelon. Is that all you can get, Kevin? I said you live in a. Oh, Mike's Philippines retirement is on again. 15 shocking things that. Now, that's one guy, I got to tell you, among a number of them. This guy has not lived in the Philippines, not even anywhere near how long I've lived here. Mike's Philippines retirement. That guy has something to say about everything. Everything. It gets really tiring to watch his show. He's an expert in everything, in culture and women. Wears that hat because he's balding, and he's also fat. They're all fat. They're all obese. I gotta go, man. Don't get me into the obesity topic because I'll never shut up. Look, I'll either do a upload in the morning or something. I don't know what I'm doing. It's going to be topical. It's going to have to be topical. I'm not going to shoot the shit about all the YouTubers and stuff unless something interesting really came up and I really want to talk about it. There's always something to talk about with these losers, but they give me a lot of material too. Let's go to his chat and troll his stream. Mike's Philippines retirement? No, I don't got time for that, but you could. I'm not even sure he sees my comments. He might have took me off in the past because I've had nothing ever good to say about him at all. He's an irritating dude, man, like Paul is too. Irritating, the guests he's got on there too. Of course, Paul is always inviting Bud Brown over. I like Bud Brown though. He's all right. But that's what Paul does. Bring some old standbys in there. They know how to do it. Look, they know what they're doing, okay? They're very professional with their shows. They know how to bring in the viewers. But it gets unfortunate when they have to talk about the same thing over and over again. About the cost of living and all the typical shit. How to get a woman, what not to do, don't. How many times have all you people heard that in all these years? You probably can't even count, have you? You cannot say how much it costs to live in the Philippines because everybody's different. See, that tells it right there. Don't even tell the whole story. Everybody has their own spending needs and different wants compared to some others. You don't have to make a whole couple of hour show on that. There is no set price on how much you need to live in the Philippines. It's all according to your lifestyle. Simple as that. Don't have to do a 3-hour show to talk about that. It's an upload, not a live stream from Mike. Oh, yeah, he does a lot of uploads. But he does some live streams here to here. Him and his wife, Janet, like she's something special, Well, he ain't nothing special. Again, another obese man. I tell you what, this is getting kind of scary, though. Is this what's happening to the world? Everybody's getting obese? Then they're going to want to eat more food. And that's going to really challenge our supplies. A growing population and growing stomachs require more money. More food. This is more serious than you people really know about. I know you don't think about this shit. The average person doesn't, but I do. All right. Gotta go.